on the reflexes. IQs just drop sharply while I was away?
Let's rock!
My calculations are correct. When this baby hits 88 miles per hour, you're gonna see some serious shit.
Welcome once again, my fellow manipulators of digital fate. I'm Richie, this is Capricorn. I'm alive, I'm breathing, I'm here, and I'm streaming. I am exhausted, though, I'm not gonna lie. I was up super late last night working on things, and man, I kind of overslept. I've been rushing around all day just to get this stream popping off and get all of my responsibilities out of the way so I could be here for the rest of the day. It is a marathon stream, boys. We are doing the damn thing. We're doing it all day. Let's get Arena popped up. Probably needs to update, huh? It probably needs to update. What's going on, Strategic? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you, indeed. Indeedy McSweetie. Indeedy. Where did my phone go? Where did my phone go? All right, let's do it. Let's do it. I think we're good. I think we're good. Reconnect. Just a minute here, boys. Let's get some music popping, why don't we? Unable to log in. Check status. Is it down? Trying to produce music recently, even with samples, there are a lot of things to learn. Yeah, for sure. For sure. In progress. Scheduled maintenance is currently in progress? Uh-oh. What time is UTC? Hold on a second. Subtract 5 hours. Subtract 5 hours. It says it's supposed to be back up at 14:30. 2:30? What in the hell? Wait a minute. Is it really down for that long? Dude, that's crazy. What happened? That's bananas. I can't believe it's still down. The last time it was down for this long was like... let me think. Like maybe like Zendikar? I think Zendikar it was down for the first few hours because of Scoot Swarm problems. Yeah, maybe. Let's try. Let's try rebooting it again. Yeah, I have the spinning square of death. That's what I got. Seems to be a login issue. I mean, it usually throws a login issue at me when there's maintenance. Because when the server's down for maintenance, it won't let you log in. But we'll see. We'll try. Be there or be square. We'll try logging out and logging back in, I guess. I wonder if they maybe took the servers offline, but somehow some people were already on, it didn't boot them. Very strange. Yeah, it's definitely not an actual login issue. It's something on their side. I mean, it even says it's literally undergoing maintenance until now. Like, still. And it is down. It literally says it's down. So if someone else is on, I don't know how they are on, but they shouldn't be. Because it literally says the maintenance is currently in progress. And that the servers are down. Everything. Here. Under maintenance, under maintenance, under maintenance. Till 1630. Maybe, it's 1821 UTC right now. Well, 1825 I guess now. So it's gonna be down for maybe another hour. Oof. That's no fun. Ancestor, if you're in right now, do not leave. Because you will not be able to get back in. Are you still in right now, Ancestor? It is what it is. We're hanging. We're still gonna have a good time no matter what. Still gonna have a good time. Just doing the hangs. The super stupa hangs. Weird. Weird, man. We'll just keep trying, I guess. Currently in game, that's awesome. You're in on it? I guess we'll try logging out again. Let's try this. I mean, I've played since the VIP client went offline, so it shouldn't be that. But just to be safe, let's uninstall the VIP client. From early access. Just to be sure. If other people are able to get in, who knows? There could be something wonky going on there. I don't think that would be the thing. But you never know. Have I watched Peep Show? I've never watched a Peep Show in my life, Strategic. Small indie company, what can you do? You guys are funny. You guys are funny. You're funny and I like you. Oh, now it's checking for updates. Maybe the VIP client was messing with things. Maybe the VIP client was messing with things. I need to go get some more coffee. I need coffee. And I need to find my phone while this is updating. Where did you hide? Ah, there's a thing. And Le Cafe. And let's see what we got here. That's not true. We are going to have to control R and restart in order for my scene to be able to grab it. It always does that after an update. You have to open it after the update, close it, and then open it again in order for my scenes to grab it. The only reason this scene can grab it is because it's just showing whatever my my screen shows. It's not actually pulling from the program itself. So we'll control R, restart it, and I'll be back in a moment with my coffee. you ever in your life? Alright, here we go. We're doing the damn thing, boys. They created bugs in the VIP client in order to reduce the popularity gap. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Alright, let's swap one of these out, try and get a 750. First things first, let's check out this fucking achievements tab. What is this all about? This is the thing I've been curious about. Let's see. Core achievements, color masteries. Oh damn. It's 10 different color mastery ones. Oh. Reach gold in either constructed or limited. Completed. I don't know what that was. Is that just a random? Why does it have a question mark? Why does it have a question mark, guys? What is that all about? They don't track past ones? It looks like they track past ones. Unless it's just because I'm in gold rank right now. And I have visualize. Wow, that's a cool looking sleeve. Not gonna lie. I don't know what these arts are though. Why is there a question mark? Why is there a question mark, fellas? Reach platinum rank or higher and constructed for the first time. Constructed Conqueror. I didn't see the window you are in now, I think. My bad. I don't think they necessarily track past ones, but if you're currently just meeting the requirements at wherever you're at, it'll hit it. Like, if I am platinum rank right now, it'll just give it to me. If I do have a copy of every card in a set right now, it'll just give it to me. Does that make sense? Like, Constructed Conqueror, I've definitely reached diamond rank before. Advanced achievements. Reach the highest level in a mastery pass. Sure. Sure, friendos. So, I've just claimed a bunch, but I'm still at 2 of 7. Seems kind of weird. Oh, it's 2 of 7 for that. Oh, they're different. I got you. There's different trackers for every single subset. I thought there was one overall tracker. That's kind of interesting, I guess. And then you got the color mastery ones. Gain 777 life over any number of games. Good God. Interesting. So, I mean, we'll get stuff over time, basically. Go, go, go. We won't waste any more precious seconds getting started with the greatest race in the multiverse. Take these 3 packs and some basic lands to help get a head start. I'll take them. Thank you. We're not going to open the packs yet. I am going to open these old March of the Machine packs right now, though. Two tributes to the World Tree. Nice. We might actually end up using those. So, like... Ooh, we lost our ability to spend Duskmorn Orbs. Oopsie! So we should probably just make some decisions now and not risk waiting until later. I was saving a couple of the Duskmorn Orbs because I wasn't sure what I cared about. So probably Zool, Asher, Slag Storm or Blasphemous Edict, and maybe Heir Apparent. None of these are really things I care about. Actually, Krenko would probably be a good one. These goblins are going to be nutso. Nutso, nutso, nutso. We'll go Slag Storm. It looks like they're persistent, but I would assume every time a new set comes out, they might add like a handful of achievements that you can get. If that makes any sense. Let's see what we have here. A lot more sleeves this time. We got the Gear Hulks. Those will be good grabs. Mendicant Core and Winter. Dude, Winter is so good. I got it in my pre-release bundle. Bananas. Card is so good when you use it right. And let's check out the store really quick. Excuse me. Sneaselin. Flywheel Racer. Yeah, we put that to good use during early access. For sure. Ooh, the Volt Strider might be really good now, too. I didn't think of that. I didn't think of that. Alright. Enough of this bullshit. It's time to do what we came here to do. We're starting with a sealed, then we're doing at least one draft, and then depending on how we're feeling, we will do some combination of standard brews and drafts after that. I'm going to need you guys' help on this one. Let me make sure the audio is good. Okay. Let's go, baby. Holy shit, we got a lot of rares. 2 Vinwixit and 2 Possession Engines? What the fuck is this pool? What the fuck is this pool right now? I don't even understand. Someone explain to me what just happened. We got 2 rares in like every pack? Okay. Okay, Magic, you're drunk. Go home. Jeez Louise. We actually got more than that, too, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. It didn't even show 2 of them, because it couldn't fit them. Mindspring Merfolk, Vinwixit, Possession Engine. I wonder if we're playing white. Market Backwalker. Or, I wonder if we're playing blue. And then we either splash black for Quag Feast or splash red for Colodin. And considering we've got 2 possession engines, maybe Colodin. Wait, what's the worst rare pull you've seen? See what we have for lands. Tranquil Cove, Dismal Backwater. An Avishgar Raceway. 2 Night Markets, which give us whatever color we want. Dude, this pool is disgusting. Are you guys being ironic on purpose? I hope so. 2K Lorna Coral Tyrant. Glory Heathlinks is really good. Stock up's pretty decent. We don't have a lot of blue in our uncommons, do we? 2 Cloud Spire Coordinators. We probably end up going Jeskai then. We could go Esper. Hold on. Let me figure this out really quick. So, Esper. We would have like 3 different. If we went Jeskai, we would have 2. If we went Mardu, we would have 2. Esper definitely seems the most realistic from our land's perspective. Which means we would have no red or green. Pace Setter, Sky Crash, Point the Way, Ooze Patrol. We could use Embalmed Descendant. We wouldn't be using the Apocalypse Runner. We wouldn't be using the Broodheart Engine. We wouldn't be using the Cloud Spire Coordinators. What were our other magic rares again? If we went Esper, we could use Quag Feast, but we would not be using Colodin. Like, I feel like it's probably Esper or Jeskai. Brackets tiering for Commander. Interesting. 0.0. So green gives us the Aether Hive, the Beast Rider, the Broodheart Engine. Esper gives us Embalmed Descendant. Possibly Back on Track. Bring back a Possession Engine and make a pilot. And the Glory Heathlinks. Jeskai gives us 2 Cloud Spire Coordinators, a Sky Crash, possibly a Pace Setter Paragon. We'd lose the black and the green. I think we're really going to have to check out our commons. This is going to be a difficult... I mean, it's possible we could play 4 colors. It really, really is. We have a ton of green fixing. But with a pool that's this strong, I don't feel like we need to take the risk to play 4 colors. Like, can't we just play the best cards in 3 and call it a day? Hull Drifter's super good. Optimizer's going to be good. Maximum Overdrive. Grimbobble's awesome. Siphon Fuel. Oil Gorger, Goblin Surveyor, Dynamite Diver, Veloheart Bike, Pothole Mole is a good one. Camera Launcher is pretty decent. Aether Jacket's so good. So, we have difficult decisions to make for sure. There's like a million different directions this deck could go because our fixing is so good. So here's what we're going to do. First of all, we have 2 Vinwixit. So we need to do a search for Start Your Engines. See how many things we have that start our engines, and how we can maybe possibly try to take advantage of the Vinwixit. I mean, it's possible we just play the Vinwixit, and then we wait. And then eventually we draw extra cards off the Vinwixit. Leonin Surveyor's pretty good. Goblin Surveyor. All of the surveyors, basically. So starting our engines is definitely leaning towards Jeskai. I think we do Jeskai, Splash Black. As odd as that sounds. Because I think it's kind of free. Let's see, what do we have for good vehicle synergies? We've got 2 possession engines. Like, Dynamite Diver's pretty good. For crewing, specifically. Got a Guide Light Matrix. If we have enough vehicles, that's pretty good. Oh, I'm still uncommon. Oopsie. Yeah. Collidan and Cloudspire Coordinator seem pretty good. Bomb Descendant. We got Point the Way. Seems super slow though. I wish the ability got a cost reduction based on your speed. So I think we do Jeskai Splash Black. Just because our card pool is so fucking good. Like, we could literally just Splash Black for Quag Feast. And it would be fine. Back on Track. Not worth splashing. Apocalypse Runner. Power 2 or less gains lifelink and can't be blocked. I mean, that seems good, except it's only power 2 or less, so is it really that good? Broodheart Engine's probably the best one. So, Calaxion. We got a Calaxion. Maybe we don't play black. The black cards aren't really that good, right? Like, this is our whole black pool. I guess if we're, like, really desperate... Bomb Descendant's really good, though. Let's, for the time being... Let's just pretend that we're going to play Jeskai Splash Black for 2 cards. The Abalm Descendant and the Quag Feast. Let's just pretend it for a moment. 2 Night Markets, 2 Dual Lands, and 1 Swamp. Be 5 black sources. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 white sources. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 blue sources. 1, 2, 3, 8 red sources. How many lands is this? 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. That's too many lands. Too many lands. So, I mean, we don't really lose anything by cutting these, though. 4, 8, 9. We can go down a white. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 white sources. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 blue sources. 5, 6, 7, 8 red sources. How many lands is this? 18 lands. So we would need to cut 1 land here to make it work. And we would have 4 potential black sources. Nah, I think black is greedy. Although, it might be red that's greedy. We have way better mana consistency if we go red instead of black. We're definitely playing blue-white. Definitely playing blue-white. So the question is, do we go black or do we go red? First, we're going to find all of our best blue-white stuff. And we're going to toss it in. K Lorna. Imagine K Lorna. Optimizer. Stall out. Flood the Engine's pretty good. Stock up. Put 2 of them into your hand and the rest on the bottom. Yeah, that card's just awesome. Hull Drifter. Trip up. Maybe. So we got Cloud Spire. Coordinators. For red. We've got Sky Crash for red. Pace Setter's pretty good. We'll put that over here in red. Yeah, removal's going to be important. 100%. Goblin Surveyor's really good. The rest of these are just kind of so-so. So we might need red just for the quality. How many vehicles do we have? We have a mount. A vehicle, 2 more vehicles. We actually don't have a lot of vehicles for the Colodin and Cloudspire coordinators, which could end up being a problem. Let me double check my vehicles. We might just have to kind of fill in with some vehicles. The Rambler is decent, but it's expensive. Burner rocket, kind of iffy. Ironclad's not that bad. We can always cycle it away. But not really a ton of vehicles, to be honest. What do we have that's colorless? We definitely want the Aether Jacket. That card is awesome. Guide Light Matrix. We need more vehicles to make it good. Camera Launcher, I think's a really good card, personally. I'm starting to think we don't have enough vehicles to really make Colodin and Cloudspire Coordinator great. They both trigger off vehicles and mounts, which is not nice. So we have a mount here. And then we've got 3 vehicles. And then there's a couple more, so 4 cards in the deck, and there's a couple more like that are maybes. But if we can't get that number up, I don't think Colodin and Cloudspire Coordinator are going to be worth it. I mean, the Coordinator could still be worth it. We have some, but they're expensive or a little bit meh. Like, we've basically got, if we were to go Jeskai and go for vehicles, we got this, this, hold on, I'll show you guys in a minute. This guy. This guy. Push the limit. That's really it. So we'd have like these 4 extra vehicles. We'd be able to go to 8. I don't think Colodin's good enough. I think it might be a trap. I think maybe just sticking with our consistent mana and going with Esper might be the way. Because if we take out Colodin, like, we've got some decent red cards, but the only really good ones are the Coordinators, and they're only going to trigger off 4 cards in the deck. Which, I mean, might be enough. Just a 3-1 that scries to it enters is pretty good. But I don't know if we need it. I think we're just going to try to build Esper to start. And see if it's a good enough deck without us having to add bad cards to fill it in. If we have enough good cards to just make Esper work, then, like, the mana consistency is going to be wild. So let's let's see if we can do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that's 17 lands. Gives us 8 of each color. Which means we might go down 1 black and up 1 blue. But yeah, that's already really good. And then I don't know, the deck just looks good. The deck just looks good. I think this might want to be just what we play and just not get greedy with the red. It's worth noting too that we don't get any removal in red. So even just the 1 Quag Feast I think goes a long way in this deck. Did I get all of the achievements yet? No. No, no, no. And then we've got some pretty decent cards that we can run. We've got Calaxion and Back on Track. These are maybes. And Wretched Doll. I don't think we run K Lorna. It's tempting to just stall out the opponent, but we've already got some good stuff that stalls out the opponent, like Finwixit. Let's see where our commons are at. Do we have any good removal? See, we got the Rambler, we got the Scouter. Trip Up. Target non-lands permanent's owner puts it on their choice top or bottom of their library, and it has cycling. Yup. We will play you. Possibly the Grimbauble. When this creature or another artifact you control enters, each opponent loses a life and you gain a life. That seems pretty good. That's another maybe. Maybe our black isn't as bad as I thought it was. And then we have Siphon Fuels. It'd be so much better if it did damage to them instead of you gaining life to trigger our speed stuff. I like making the Thopter. We have a few different options there. So I guess really it depends on how deep on black we want to go. How much removal do we have without black? We got Stall Out, which is kind of. We got Quag Feast. I mean, that's being played no matter what. I'm just talking if we don't make black a main color. 1, 2, 3. Kind of 4. Can destroy an artifact. So 3.5. 4.5. 2 possession engines. 6.5. Maybe it is better to go a little bit deeper on black. Maybe white's the splash. Maybe white's the splash. That lets us play a Packdoll Terror early. It lets us play Calaxion, which could be really good. It lets us play our Grimbauble. And then we just need to cut some cards. We've also got Siphon Fuels we could put in. I think Daring Mechanic can go down to 1. It's good enough that I definitely want to play it. Trying to decide what the most cuttable cards are. Probably these guys. Or 8. How good is Calaxion? Is Calaxion cuttable? Is Calaxion cuttable? I really like the Broadcast Rambler. I don't think it's really worth playing, though. I think we've got the best cards right here. I feel pretty confident about that. So it's just a matter of cutting one of these. One of these over here. Camera Launcher gives us a 1/1 flyer and becomes a 3/3, which is kind of good. Packdoll Terror. I guess the Packdoll Terror depends on how many artifacts we're actually playing with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It could be really good. Just gives us a whole bunch of life. I think we drop one of the camera launchers. That's what I think we do. I could see an argument for dropping the other camera launcher to put the Daring Mechanic back in, or dropping the Daring Mechanic to put another camera launcher back in. But I think I like having one of each. I think everything else is correct. I think everything else is correct. I'm going to do one last quick gloss over. We got Siphon Fuels as more removal. I think that's the only other big question mark. Is, do we want to get greedy and put a lot more removal back in? 1, 2, 3, 4 and a half, 5 and a half, 6 and a half, 7 and a half. I think we have plenty of removal. I don't think we need the overcosted -6, -6. I mean, some of that is like bounce removal, but the bounce removal is canceled out by the fact that some of that is like stealing their guy, which is better than just normal removal. So, yeah, I think this is good. Black is our secondary color. White is the splash for the Embalmed Descendant, Daring Mechanic, Glory Heathlinks, and Leonin Surveyor, which I do think are good enough. Sweet. Here we go. Here we go. You ready to get a straight 7? I am. I am, boys and girls. How's everybody else doing? Is anybody else out there playing? And if so, what format are you playing right now? And what kind of deck are you using? I want to know. I need to know. This is a great hand. Inquiring hands must... Inquiring... Wait, did I say hands? Inquiring minds must know.
Let's rock!
My calculations are correct. When this baby hits 88 miles per hour, you're gonna see some serious shit.
Keep 7. Alright, we're going to start with the night market. We're going to name white. Make sure we have that for turn 3 Embalmed Descendant. A Wreckage Wickerfolk. It's a good card. It's a very good card. We could Surveyor or we could Wretched Doll. Surveyor does not attack through the Wickerfolk. The Wretched Doll does. So I actually think we play the Wretched Doll here. That way next turn we can start our engines and attack and get up to 2 if we want. Unless he wants to trade. You can trade if you want to slow me down. Alright, we're at 2. We do need to stop that Wickerfolk next turn, so that he doesn't get to max speed. I don't know if we want to waste our Flood the Engine, though. We might just stall out. It's less mana efficient. That was actually kind of wasteful. Doing extra damage doesn't really help in any significant way. Not at this point in the game. Oh, that's perfect. Stall out. You know what? I don't really care if he gets to max speed. I don't think I care. Max speed will only matter if this guy's in his graveyard. So if we just keep him on the battlefield tapped down for 3 turns, seems pretty good. He could activate the burner rocket, but then it's just trading with one of my dudes. And that's fine. Come on, ZDH. Show me. Show me. We definitely get through to take up our speed, but we get to keep our max speed payoff. So go ahead, trade with your burner rocket. 0 cares. And the Surveyor is down. Now if he holds back the Wickerfolk as a blocker, he can stop one of our guys, but he can't stop all of them. And that also prevents him from getting to max speed. But we don't even know if he has max speed payoffs. Let's stock up. Two into our hand. I will take you. Which means we could use Quag Feast. Seems kind of wasteful. Let's attack. Gonna crash and burn. Okay, that's fine. Takes an awful lot for him to do that. We'll play the backwater. So we've got 2 pieces of removal for any bombs he drops to get in our way. And we've got a camera launcher for value. We should be fine. We should be completely and utterly fine. Zero worries. I kind of just want to... let's see, we could play this and trigger it. Is it better to trade one of our creatures for his guy and keep our removal? Probably. Let's just attack. He'll probably trade it for the zombie, which is good for us. If he lets it through, that's good for us too. And then we'll play the camera launcher. And these are not instant speeds, so we can just do this now. We'll exhaust the camera launcher. We have 2 pieces of good removal for any possible bombs he plays. Wickerfolk Indomitable. Sure. We probably kill that with a Quag Feast. But we're gonna start by Huldrift Ring. Yeah, we're gonna Quag Feast it. He can play it from his yard or whatever. We'll swing, block there, he'll take 3. If he's dumb enough to attack with the Wickerfolk, we can crew the Huldrifter with the Thopter and eat the Wickerfolk. Thunderhead Gunner. Discard a card, draw a card, activate only as a sorcery and only once each turn. Well, he's going to be really sad. Give me your gunner. He has to block anyway. But this makes it so that instead of going to 1 and killing our Thopter, we get to keep our Thopter, which I think might be better. We don't want to discard our Flooded Engine. Although if we do draw any lands, we'll be happy to use this Thunderhead Gunner's ability. Happy to. Intimidation Tactics. It's not an artifact or creature, oh god. Yeah, that's it, buddy. Good game. Holy moly, this deck. Possession Engine, man. Possession Engine. I think Possession Engine is going to be really, really good. I want to try to build a standard deck that uses Possession Engine in a sacrifice deck, because we've already seen plenty of sacrifice decks that use like the threaten effects, steal it until just end of turn, and the problem with those is you have to make sure you have your sacrifice outlets out first, and you have to make sure that you have enough mana to use them. With Possession Engine, it's kind of like a threaten effect, as far as you don't really get a creature forever that can attack or block, but you do still get to keep it until they get rid of the Possession Engine. So you could take their dude, and then on next turn, if you have a sacrifice outlet that costs mana, you could still sack their dude. Or if it's a dude that has good enough abilities, you could still choose to keep it. We'll keep 7. And not sack it, but you have the option to, which I think is really cool. So I think Possession Engine just might be like a better version of those threaten style effects, You steal their thing. You eventually sack it. And then once it's sacked, you're not worried about crewing this and turning it into a creature. Because the one problem with crewing the possession engine and turning it into a creature is if they have creature removal, they take out the possession engine. And they get their dude back. So it's risky to turn it into a creature. But in a sack deck, you sack their dude, then you still have value. We're going to go black. And we're going to pass the turn. We've got to flood the engine for next turn, or potentially whatever we draw. And as soon as we draw one more land, we've got both possession engines and our Hull Drifter ready to go. Which is bananas. Well, there it is. Do we flood the engine? No. We're still gonna do nothing. Hear me out. If we wait for him to waste mana, putting counters on the specialist before we flood the engine, that's really good for us. Like, sure, he might hit for an extra 2 damage that turn or whatever. Ooh. Max speed. Maximum. Well, let's just get there. The one thing that's worth noting is if we steal his dude with the possession engine, we don't get to untap it. So he's still swinging in with the other guy. But we don't have a lot of options. Like, we could play Vinwixit and just not spend the rest of our mana. And then he just exhausts at instant speed and kills the Vinwixit if we block, so we can't really do that anyway. I guess for this turn, the best thing we can do, even though we can't use it as like a blocker or anything, is still to get the Hull Drifter out there to draw the cards. And then we're good for next turn. Actually, we should have... Damn it. We should have had a Vinwixit before we played the Hull Drifter. That was wrong, too. We should have played the Possession Engine and just taken a Specialist. That's what we should have done. We should have saved the Hull Drifter for after Vinwixit. Let's see. We got Stall out. We have a lot of removal. Let me think. Stall out. Yeah, let's save flood the engines for a bomb. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna stall out one of these. We're gonna play Vinwixit, and we're gonna pass. I'm not in a rush to try and race him, because he's got a guy out that's pumpable. Let's just put down a solid board that can block effectively. Okay, I mean, we get rid of a lightning strike at least. It's not the worst ever. And since we have max speed, we can draw a card off of it. We draw 2 because of Vinwixit. That's a big dude. We're gonna take it. We draw 2 off of Vinwixit. Do I want to take it? Or do I want to play 2 things? Yeah, let's just possession engine. still we want to kind of stabilize here. If he kills the Ketradon, we crew the Possession Engine in response, so we have a blocker. If he kills the Possession Engine, we crew the Hull Drifter in response, so that we have a blocker. He gets back to Ketradon, but it won't have haste. So, no matter what, we're kind of safe. If we can just survive long enough to play everything that we have, we're just going to win. We have an insane amount of value. I'm actually kind of glad we didn't save the Hull Drifter now, because I'm a little bit more worried about, like, running out of cards. We'll do another Possession Engine. We'll take the Rex. We'll Grim Bauble this guy while he doesn't have the mana to pump it. And he scoops. Double Possession Engine wins the day. Dude, nobody has a chance. Nobody even has a chance, bro. We're 2-0. We're 2-0. What even is this game? What even is this game? You still with me, Ancestor? Well, this looks like a pretty good hand. We have to choose between blue for Stock Up or black for Embalmed Descendant. And that's actually kind of a bummer.
My calculations are correct. When this baby hits 88 miles per hour, you're gonna see some serious shit.
But still good enough to keep. Like, blue probably draws us into our black land with Stock Up, but then we do have to waste Stock Up finding a black land. Whereas if we pick black, we get to make sure we start our engines earlier. I think we have to pick blue, though. It's the safe way. Black's the greedy way. Black is the greedy way. Glad you're still here and hanging, Ancestor. Appreciate you. Do we stall it out? Or do we play a 1/1 Market Back Walker that draws us a card when it dies? How greedy do we want to be? We're gonna do not the greed play. We're gonna do the safe play. He's not gonna want to trade his merfolk, for sure. Eventually we get up to 4, we can just start putting more counters on it. But if he is control heavy, and he's just looking for a target for his removal in his hand, that's a bad one. I mean, that's really good for us, I'm not gonna lie. That's actually really good for us. We're just gonna drop the Daring Mechanic, have a dude, pass a turn. Hopefully we draw another land. If we don't, we're probably stocking up. Holding on to our removal. A 3/3 Merfolk. I mean, we get to get rid of your exhaust ability. Yeah, I'll trade. What are you doing? What are you doing with your life? You do have to worry about this 4/2 now. Super tempted to stall it out. But I actually think it's just better to draw. Find our black land. And we'll find a possession engine for when we eventually get another blue land. We have so many ways of dealing with this Vanguardian. With 3 pieces of removal in our hand, we got a Market Back Walker we could play as a 2/2 that draws us 2 cards when it dies. We've got a Wretched Doll that can trade. We've got Embalmed Ascendant, which makes a zombie that can trade. Just so much value. So much value. The question is, how do we want to use that value? I think Embalmed Ascendant is a good idea. It starts our engines. And we're not going to want to block with the Ascendant itself, but the zombie can block one of his dudes and be very, very happy. And he's running out of cards, and we are not. I think we'd probably drop the Market Back Walker next. We could go Wretched Doll Stall Out. We could do that. And since we need to stop his aggression, we probably will. We're not going to block that. We lose too much. But we definitely need to stop both dudes. So we need to play 2 things. Let's stall out this guy so he can't get the bonuses. And then play the Wretched Doll. And then attack to take up our speed because we're not blocking with this ending. Even if he has removal. And then gets us to 2. Which would be very, very unfortunate. Hazard of the Dunes, okay. I think I did things backwards. I just realized the Javelineer gives out its ability even when it's tapped. I thought it was whenever it attacks, it does the thing. That's fine though. We have 5 mana, not quite enough for the Market Back Walker. We can kill the Hazard of the Dunes. Or we can just slow him down and trip it up. We know he almost definitely just plays it next turn. But that also slows us down, right? How many cards we got in the graveyard? 4? So we can kill the Hazard with the Quag Feast. And then still play a Leonin Survivor? Or Surveyor? That might be better. Yeah, let's not take a chance. Let's just do it. He does have 2 mana available. Spell Pierce. I mean, we'll pay for it, for sure. Kinda stinks, because we don't get to play our other thing. That's okay, we're at 3. If we can just get to speed 4, we can start gaining some life back when our things die. Wreck Remover. Gain a life. Exiled the Daring Mechanic. So we could trip it up so that we can get to speed 4. We don't really have a ton of other options, but he does get to exile cards and gain life when he replays it. But it does kind of slow him down, making him have to replay it, right? I think we just drag out the game. If he puts it on top, he basically loses a draw. And we get to max speed no matter what. And then once we're at max speed, we can just start throwing everything down and not care. Really wanted to get to max speed so that as our things die, we can start getting our life back since we're so low. So I kind of think that was the priority. And I'm not really worried about him exiling things. If we get a blue mana though, you done so, buddy. Let me think. Do we want to play two things? Or do we want to play the Market Back Walker? We've got a 3-4 coming in. So no matter what, we got to make sure we can stop a 3-4. Then Wixit could do that. And then we also need something that can deal with a 3-2. Like, the Market Back Walker would be a really good option for trading with the Javelineer. This is going to attack as a 4-4, which is actually a huge problem for us. Yeah, this is actually kind of rough. We've got to do it like this. Just to hold off his guys, because now we threaten to double block the Wreck Remover, and one of our guys still survives, and we gain 2 life. And when we die, we drain for 1 with the Embalmed Descendant too. Trip up. Unfortunately, we need our blue source. Well, that's bad. Now we just have to trade the Leonin Survivor for the Javelineer. And keep our Embalmed Descendant and go to 2. But we'll go to 3. We'll drain off of the Embalmed Descendant, which isn't the worst ever. Backwater, we finally have some blue. How do we stop the 4-4? I guess it'll be a 3-4 now, right? I guess we just play the Packdoll Terror. And unless he gets lucky with his top decks, we've got a blocker for each of his dudes without our guys dying. Okay. I think that'll be enough. We prevent him from getting to max speed. Now we have Possession Engine. But I kind of just want to play the Market Back Walker for 3. Hold on. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, fine. Drain. Steal. Vinwixit. Swing, swing. We are back in this game, baby. Coming back. What were we at? 4 life? 2 life? Block the 3-4, go to 17. End the turn. Next turn, if we top deck a land, we can play a Market Back Walker as a 4-4. I mean, that's awesome for us. Because we just sack the Wreck Remover. We get to drain off of it. And now we don't have to worry about him killing our Possession Engine and getting it back. We'll drop the land. 1, 2, 3, 4. Crew with the Market Back Walker. 5, 9. Dude, wild. Wild. I am draining the main vein, my dude. Engine Rat with Death Touch. Well, that's not good. Let's draw a million cards. Nobunaga is history. Get it? No, Nobunaga is history. We were setting up our value plays. Like the whole plan was not to try to stop ourselves from losing life quicker, but set ourselves up to be able to come back once we can play out everything, because we knew if we could just play everything out, we would win. Because our hand was insane. The problem was tempo. The problem was getting everything onto the battlefield before our opponent can run us down. So we just had to find the smartest ways to stall and to get the most value out of every card we had on the battlefield over the course of, you know, the 3 or 4 turns it took us to do that. And we pulled it off. We're 3-0 right now. I mean, I would be very surprised if we didn't get to 7 wins. 7-0? Not sure. We'll see. We shall see. This looks fine. We don't have our white. But we do only have 4 cards in the whole deck that are white, and we have a pretty good curve here. So we're going to keep it. Since we don't have a 2-drop, we play Island on 1, Mindspring Merfolk. On turn 2, we play the Backwater. That gives us pretty good options on turn 3. More than likely, we play the Aether Jacket first, so we can start getting in. Let's go, Clinton. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. I think we Calaxion. But we'll attack first in case he has like a shock or something. Not actual shock, but there's a version of shock in this set, right? I'm pretty sure. You better get a blocker down, man. Daring Mechanic. Let's see. We're in no rush with the Calaxion. Just play the Pact Altar, use it to block the Daring Mechanic. Buy us our time to stock up. Interface Ace. Alright, we will stock up. We do not need land. That is the one thing we do not need. Let's find some gas. Dude, stock up is so good. Card's bananas. I mean, I know it's a sorcery, but card's just bananas. Maybe that's a good one to use with the 4/2 Flash Fairy from Foundations. That makes it so everything can be cast with Flash. I think my opponent might have given up. Possibly. we'd probably want to grab a 2-drop and a bomb. That's what I'm thinking. That way we can play something else this turn. Which would get us way ahead on tempo. And then also have a bomb play for next turn. So, Possession Engine. I'm thinking the Lynx. 0-4 and a 3-3. Lynx doesn't really do anything against the 3-3, that's the biggest problem. I mean, we could just get really greedy, but maybe the Wretched Doll is better because of the daring mechanic. Or maybe we just want removal to get rid of the daring mechanic so Calaxian can swing. But I mean, we're already doing that next turn with the Possession Engine, right? A lot of possibility here. I'm going to take the Lynx. I'm just going to take the best card. I'm just going to take the best card. Also keep in mind we can draw 1,000,000 cards with this guy. We could draw 4 next turn. Which, I mean, we won't until we run out of gas, but something to keep in mind. We might not even use the Possession Engine next turn. If we get like a good 3-drop, we could just play the Aether Jacket and the 3-drop. High Gas Trickster, yeah. I like the Trickster. I've wanted to build a deck around it, but you have to really find the cards that are going to get the most insane value off of being played at flash speed. And then the other problem with that is, like, if you're using those cards and you don't have the Trickster, if you have those cards and you don't have the Trickster... Oh, that was not good. That was not good at all. I mean, we still have value to come back with, but still. If you don't get the Trickster, then all those cards are probably less valuable. Because they're all not as good. That seems like a really good one to steal. I would like to steal it. So that's the problem with High Fate Trickster. I really want to build around it. I feel like someday I'll figure something out. Ooh, I can't crew it without... Fine. At least we get rid of his artifact removal. It's not great, but it's not awful. We also get to start our engines. He doesn't get to take that back. We get to Hull Drifter next turn and draw some cards, so it's not like the worst ever. It's just not good. It's just not good for us. But I still think we're in the dominant position here. Even with that happening, I think we're in the dominant position here. We've got Stall out. Too bad that's not an instant. Oof. You probably want to cycle the night market. He could just drop another creature and use it to send this guy in. But we have to at least try. And hope he doesn't have another creature. Also cruise 3, so it does have to be like a decent body. Ah, it's another. He should have cycled that. You buffoon. Daring mechanic. I guess we'll play the land. Super risky. But there's not a lot we can do to stop him from swinging in with one of these. Oh, there he goes. We're taking 6. That is a very difficult race right there. Flood the engine. Well, tapping down a vehicle seems bad, right? So, this is a turning point in the game for sure. Because we have a choice. We could flood the chariot, say go, and then if he crews the ironclad, we can trade our hull drifter for it. Or we can try and race him. We can flood the catalyzer, hope he doesn't draw a creature. Crew our hull drifter with our daring mechanic, put a counter on it, swing for 4, and then we have lethal in 2 turns. I think it's better to race. I think it's better to race. It's terrifying. But we're going for it. We're going for it. 2 more attacks and we win. That's not even counting what we draw. Let's go, baby. He's down to 4. This is it. He's not at max speed yet. Swings with vigilance, I guess that makes sense. And it's over. Right? He doesn't have reach. Oh my god. That was risky. That was risky. But I knew racing was our best bet. I just knew it. I mean, it's a death race set. Come on. Whew. Alright. Alright. I need a breather after that. Yeah, we both flooded. Yeah, it's true. I had to take a chance. Gooseflaba. Gooseflaba. Give me my nectar. Hey, what's up, Jay? Welcome to the stream. We're doing the damn thing for sure. I'm trying to get used to this multi-streaming thing. It's interesting. What are you up to right now? You're not streaming until later, right? Or are you streaming now? Oh, this is a great hand. Yeah, we'll keep this. We got 2 Vin Wixit and 2 Possession Engines. Bananas. Absolutely bananas. We're gonna start our engines right now. The engines have been started. Play the Verge. I think Aether Jacket might just be better. Can start swinging in the air every single turn, and also gives us the option of having artifact removal held up if we need it. Although we do have to use the artifact removal at sorcery speed, but that's fine. I think this card would be busted if that was an instant speed ability. Even at sorcery speed, I think this card is one of the best colorless cards. We're gonna slow him down, trip up the Aether Jacket, start ticking up our speed. We could just get one more blue source, we can just steal his Aether Jacket, which would be insane. Because then we get to use his Aether Jacket to kill his other artifacts, instead of him using his Aether Jacket to kill ours, which would be very bad. There's the Aether Jacket, and there's the island. Give me that Aether Jacket. Let's go. So now all we need is something to sack the Aether Jacket to kill before he gets rid of our possession engine. It's too much. Oh, you just got done with your release stream? Good to see you, man. It's good to see you. Alright, we're 5-0. I think if we can get a 7-0, I'm going to send this recording over to the folder and have Finn put it up on the YouTube as a 7-0 sealed. It's worth noting we have no white mana with this. We would have to get a swamp to turn on the Verge. But at least it means we get white mana if we draw a swamp or a plains, instead of just having to draw plains to get it. So I still think it's keepable. Let's see, does he have something to play on one? No. Ooh, Tranquil Cove. Well, there we go. Now we have our white. Now we have our white. Which means we can get that Lynx out there. Use it to start finding our planes. Apparently he's thinking the same thing. Roadside assistance. Nice. +1/+1 lifelink. Kinda wasteful, because he already has lifelink, right? So we bobble to kill his pilot. And then play the Guidelight Optimizer. To crew the Lynx. It's not perfect, but I think it's good. I think it's good. Three lands we can fetch out and thin from our deck. We've got a Trip Up, which will get rid of the roadside assistance. That might be what we do next turn. Possibly. Wow, he didn't have anything else. instant speed, so we can wait until he tries to do shenanigans. He might have some kind of a, like, untap it and block bullshit chicanery going on as a combat trick, so... Oh, you sucker. Doesn't have the hexproof instant. He loses both of his auras. Sticks his dude on the bottom. It's just gone forever. We get through and gain some life. Let's go. That's how it's done, boys. 4D chess. We are flooding a lot. But I don't know if it matters. 3-4. I would really like to get in, but I don't think it's in the cards. I think we just gotta hold off for now. So he gets to just make this bigger every turn. So we need to dig for removal for it. We have a lot of removal in the deck that can hit this. We just gotta find it. Stall out. I mean, it's something. It is something. Undo. Tap it to saddle, please. Granted, we get through for less damage, but I think getting that last plains out of our deck is more important. We want to draw nothing but gas, please. I think next turn we just swing with everything. Depending on what he plays, of course. If we can get that speed ticked up and start drawing multiple cards. Be in a pretty good position. So let's do this. Swing, swing, swing. Get through for 7. Gain 2. Go up on speed. We'll get down the land he's already seen. And then we're going to sack the Grim Bauble at the end of his turn to make sure we draw some kind of gas tomorrow. By tomorrow, I mean next turn. Can we just start referring to next turn as tomorrow? Can that be a thing? What's he going to eat? He should eat the Vinwixit. Camera launcher is the worst one to eat. I think he's just worried about his health. Why is it letting me activate it? Whoa. What just happened? Ooh, that's a glitch. That's a glitch, right? We used the Elvish Refueler's ability. On his turn, everything. On his turn, both players have the ability to activate an exhaust ability. 'Cause it's not letting me do it on my turn. We used the exhaust ability twice on the camera launcher. It's not supposed to count for the opponent, but it's accidentally counting. That's very bad. Watch. We'll end the turn. It's gonna let us use our camera launcher's exhaust as soon as it passes priority. Oops. Wait, it's just letting us use it over and over? On our opponent's turn, we can just use it as many times as we want. I mean, I have to be sure it's actually doing what it's doing. I can't be banned. They screwed it up. I'm gonna report it right now, though. Report a bug. What just happened? What the fuck is going on? Could you please stay on this screen? Thank you. Report a bug. Give me a second, guys. .com. What was that card called? Elvish Refueler? Was it Elvish Refueler? Yeah, Elvish Refueler. When my opponent had Elvish Refueler on the battlefield, I was able to activate my exhaust abilities however many times I wanted on their turn. This needs to be fixed ASAP. Let me think. Can I get an attachment? Send an attachment. Can I send an attachment? I think I'm good. It just went to a blank white screen. Bro, man. You can't do it in paper. That's the definition of a glitch. If the client allows you to do something on Arena that you wouldn't be able to do in paper, it's a glitch. I don't know what happened, though. Did it send? I don't know what the hell's going on. Contact support. Let's try it again. It just takes me right here. Bugs and product suggestions. I guess I'll try posting a new idea. Like, it forwards me straight past it. Like, I get to this, I say report a bug or submit feedback, and unless I immediately prevent it from loading, it just forwards me forward. But if I click it, and then I immediately hit the X, it won't forward me, and it will let me actually submit something. I guess I'll try it again, because I don't know if it went through last time. Elvish refueler glitch. I'm gonna do it on screen this time, just in case something's preventing this from sending the wizards. I have a record if they try to like ban me or something. To use my exhaust abilities as many times as I wanted on their turn. This needs to be fixed ASAP. Attachments. Add my play log. Okay, it didn't do that last time. It didn't load the play log. The upload took too long? Connection was lost? What? What are you talking about? What is going on? Wizards, why does your game just not work? Alright, apparently it won't let me attach my log. Sorry. We'll submit it, and it goes to the white screen and does nothing. So not only is their client busted, but their website where you complain about glitches on the client so that they can fix it is also busted, so that you cannot complain about the problems and they cannot be fixed. Talking about a multi-billion-dollar company here, people. What a time to be alive. Well, fuck it. I did my due diligence. We did our best. This is max speed. We're 6-0. And that's not because of the glitch. The glitch helped, but we would have won that game without it. We would have won without it. We didn't need the extra Thopters. Boysenberg. Alright, we have black and blue. We do not have white. But again, if we draw a swamp or a plains, we turn on our white. So it's better than just normally being without white. Stall out if we're desperate. Market back Walker if we're not. This looks fine. It's not amazing. I'd like another land. But I'll take it. If we want to play Embalmed Descendant on 3, which we probably do, we need this to be either black or white. I think black is probably better in case we draw our Calaxion. So we're going to name black. Pass a turn. Turn 2, we probably just Market back Walker. Stops him from swinging with the Scurry Foot. Doesn't stop the Beast Rider, though. It doesn't stop the Beast Rider. But I think it's okay. I think just preventing an extra damage because this thing's not swinging in. I'd rather do that than waste our stall out on a 2-drop and we're also still taking 1 damage, you know? I guess we'll try to trade and draw a card. I don't know why he attacked with the 1/1. That was a really weird play. Oh, it doesn't count as a swamp. I screwed up big time. I should have picked plains. That's a mistake. That is for sure a mistake. If we optimizer this turn, we can pact Doll Terror next turn. Let's just do this. Alright, so that was a mistake. I forgot that the choosing black for Night Market wouldn't turn on the Verge. So we should have chose white. It wouldn't have made any difference unless we draw our Calaxion. Flood the engine, my camera launcher. Pretty good for him, but at least he's running out of gas. It is what it is. If we play the swamp, we get access to white. But do we want white right now? I guess we probably do. Because we can trade the 2/2. And that's strong, I think. Next turn, we can either Guidelight Optimizer and Stall Out, which is also really strong. I think if he attacks, we trade our 2/2 for the Vanguard and not the Expert, because we tap down the Expert, we don't have to risk it coming back from an exhaust ability. Right? I think that might be right. And then once we have that breathing room, we can Hull Drifter to draw some cards and start overtaking the board. We will absolutely trade, my friend, and keep your 4-2 from attacking. Optimizer, so that we have 6 mana next turn. So that we can Terror and Surveyor. Maybe. Maybe. I think we have to stall out to buy us some time. So then it just comes down to, like, which of these that we play. I think the Optimizer is going to be better, because with the Optimizer we can play the Terror and the Surveyor next turn. The big problem is he drops a 4th land, he exhausts this, it swings as a 5/5, and we have to let it through. That's rough. Oh no, he's just cycling. I guess he doesn't have another land. He drew one. So if we do get the opportunity, we'll trade the Optimizer for the Guardian this turn. Okay. Oh, perfect. Perfect. So we're going to go Pact Alter, Drain, Grim Bauble, kill the Guardian. And then we'll do some swinging. Alright, we are coming back. Does he have anything at instant speed? Alright, good. He's still got 2 counters on his expert. I think we can pull this off. I think we can pull this off. We've got a Calaxion. I think we saved the Hull Drifter. Let's do this. Do this. Our Hull Drifter can trigger a Pact Alter to drain, which will get us to max speed next turn even if he has blockers. Oh wait, he's exiling. I mean, it's still good to do this. Right? One, two... He's got 3 other cards he can exile to turn that thing into a creature. But at least we go up to 3 speed. Huh. Maybe I shouldn't have attacked. Maybe I should have played it safe and just put the Hull Drifter out. Started swinging with the Hull Drifter every turn. 7/6. I mean, I think we just trade the Calaxion for it, right? Oh, he's gonna run it over. I mean, I guess we just... race him? One, two, three, four, 5. Make sure to leave some mana open to play something. Flood the engine, which we can't use yet. We could attack with both, and we would get to max speed. But we'd be pretty fucking dead. 7/6 trample. We really needed that extra mana for Flood the Engine. He's got the Afterburner Expert next turn, too. This is bad. This is very bad. If I hadn't used the Optimizer for mana, I might be in a bit of a better spot. But I wanted to take a chance to draw into 2-drop removal. So I don't think it was necessarily a punt. I don't think it was a wrong play. It just ended up wrong in this situation. Because having the 2-1 to block with wasn't really all that much better anyway. We can't crew the Hull Drifter. This thing's got Trample, so we have to prevent 2. If he's got Pump, we're just dead. This forces him to have to use the Exhaust ability to keep that alive. It is what it is, man. He's got 1 creature left in the yard. Possession Engine. And we have just enough mana to do all of it. Insane. Actually insane. If he has a haste guy, it's gonna be a problem. No! Oh, God. Now we're kind of right back where we started. Freaking broken wings, man. We still have to deal with the expert. But it doesn't have trample. A land? Really? Well, this is a problem. Pass the turn. I think I probably should have put a stop and used the Grim Bauble during my upkeep. But I think that would have changed a lot. Is that on my turn? What would we have had in our hand right now? So it would have been, what, land, Wretched Doll, land. So we would have had a 3-1. Yeah, we would have still been alive. Because we would have had a 3-1 down as well. He probably would have killed the 3-1 instead of the Optimizer. But either way, we crew the Hull Drifter, right? Well, no. We only crew the Hull Drifter if we still have the 3-1 alive, because he killed it at the end of our turn. So he kills the Wretched Doll so that we can't crew the Hull Drifter. Then he attacks. We have to block with the Optimizer to stay alive. And then it all comes down to whatever this next card is. Which would have been a land. Right? Because we would have mulled. It was land, Wretched Doll, land. So we would have saw 2, put the land away, drawn the Wretched Doll. Our next draw would have been that other land that we just put away. So yeah, we would have lost anyway. Very close, though. I think in the end it really just came down to flooding. I think in the end it really just came down to flooding. So, Vinwix it on 2. If they kill it, we have another one. And then if we don't draw a land, we've got Optimizer on 3. If we do draw a land, we've got Aether Jacket. This is just a great hand. Scurryfoot. Don't need to night market yet. It'll probably be a white. Although it might be a blue. Midnight, Mangler, Midnight. Maybe I should have played the Optimizer. I think this is better. Do we white or do we blue? I think we go white. And if we Optimizer, we have 4 mana next turn, but only for artifacts. So we could Wretched Doll and a 2-drop, but we don't really have any 2-drops. Doesn't seem like it would be worth it. I think just playing the Wretched Doll is better. Makes it hard for him to swing in with the Mangler. The Lynx will help us. The Lynx will help us get a Plains, but we need another land in play in order to use Trip Up to get rid of his blocker so that we can attack with the Lynx. Which is kind of a problem. He's going to make a 3/3 with his Scurryfoot, which is scary. I think we just gotta play the Lynx. And we might as well play the Mindspring Merfolk. And then we just gotta kind of hold the fort for now. Yeah, Brownie, that's why you don't craft things until you do all of the limited. We do all of the limited first. Okay, so he's gonna make an elephant. It's fine. It's fine. We're gonna trip up the elephant, maybe. We'll see. Can we successfully swing in with the Lynx if we trip up the elephant? No. No, we can't. I really want to attack with that Lynx. Really, really badly. Well, I guess we could wait until he blocks and then bounce the thing he blocks with. That still seems a little bit risky, though. I don't know, man. This is a rough-looking board state. Even Aether Jacket doesn't seem that good. I guess if we cast the Optimizer, we can use the mana to exhaust the Merfolk. Let's just play that out. And pass a turn. Another thing we could do is play the Aether Jacket and then trip up the Thopter token so he's got no flyers. He's crewing that, okay. Well, we will absolutely take this opportunity to block and trade. Seems okay to me. I think he got a little bit of ahead of himself there. Alright, so we could draw 3 cards, put a counter on this. And then we're kind of sitting ducks next turn. But that might get us to exactly where we need to be. We could also just play Aether Jacket and a Market Backwalker as a 1/1. I don't know how good that is. Maybe we just play it as a 2/2. Call it a day. Maybe we crew the Glory Heath links and swing, knowing that it's going to die. Because we can use the land to play a Market Walkbacker as a 3/3. We don't have anything to saddle it if we want to play the Market Backwalker this turn. Damn, man. Damn. Double damn. Double damn. Okay, we're definitely not attacking. Trying to figure out what I want to do. I think we hold up all of our mana, and if we don't need to trip up, we use the Mindspring Merfolk. And then next turn we play a Market Backwalker as a 3/3. And that completely shuts down his offense. It's tough, though, because it could be good enough to just play it as a 2/2 this turn. Aether Jacket's not going to do enough for us right now, although it might later. Trip Up's just hard to use. Rangers Refueler. Pass to attackers. Not going to attack. Okay. Well, we are going to activate the Merfolk. We've got Flood the Engine, we got Stall Out. We've got all sorts of shenanigans. Are any of them good enough? Not yet. We need to get down our value first. Pass the turn. If we can get down that Aether Jacket and then trip up the Thopter token, we can swing in every turn to get to max speed and start drawing a crazy amount of cards off of Vinwixit. How many cards do we have left in our deck? 23. If we're not playing card draw cards, that could actually be really good for us. Okay, we're just drawing 3 cards, I guess. We absolutely block this Ranger's Refueler. We double block with these 2. Even if we lose our Glory Heath links, that's just really good for us. But I don't think he'll attack. Oh. He will attack. Gee Willikers. We'll take 4. We'll trade one of our guys for your Rangers refueler, and we'll gain 2. We've got Possession Engine. We've got Calaxion. We've got Stall Out. What creature is best to take? Maybe none. Maybe we save the Possession Engine. We have 6 mana. Right? We could play Aether Jacket and Calaxion. Calaxion doesn't block super well, though. We kind of need to stop his aggression, right? Hull Drifter is a big ol' flyer, which we have to worry about. Let's go Aether Jacket. And I guess this is trickier than it looks. No attacks. Stall Out, Flood the Engine, or Calaxion. I think we have to save Flood the Engine. Stall Out's just... there isn't a particularly good use for it yet. We're just going to play Calaxion. Pass the turn. It's actually a really tricky board state. Just figuring out how to get the most value out of all of our cards. He doesn't have anything that's like really, really, really good. Well, now he does. We will Possession Engine the loot. For sure. If we block the loot with something, he can Lightning Bolt it. He's gonna Lightning Bolt Calaxion anyway, I'm pretty sure. Which is kind of a problem. So, I think we're just going to try and get the most value as possible here. We're going to go block, 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 and we'll let loot through. And if he wants to, he can Lightning Bolt one of our creatures to save one of his creatures. Doesn't. Let's see how greedy he gets. Plays Red Shift. He's holding up a blue or a green. Well, in case he has the counterspell, we do need to play this land. And then we will Possession Engine the loot. So he can gain 3 mana if he wants to play something at instant speed. Or he can draw 3 cards, which is probably what he'll do. And then we're going to Stall Out his Red Shift. And we're going to attack with Vigilance. Okay, we'll trade for your Hull Drifter. That's fine. I didn't think you'd do that. But I guess if he has another really good artifact he's worried about, then it's probably smart. Now, we probably want to play the night market for red. Aww, he did a roadside blowout. That's sad. We could have done night market for red so that we could use a lightning bolt eventually. No blocks. We'll take 5. He gets to draw cards again. That's really bad for us. That's really, really, really bad for us. So I guess we go gain a life, flood the engine, yeah, draw all your cards. Now he's at 11. Now we just have to deck him, basically. We're gonna hold up, trip up. Wu Yan Ling. Well, we definitely don't want to trip up Mu Yan Ling to give more value. Attacks with flying because of Mu Yan Ling. That's a problem. If we could blow him out and block the flying creature, because it would be on the ground by bouncing the Mu Yan Ling, I would do it. But we can't kill it. We have a 0/4, so it's not worth it. We're just going to take the 4 in the air this turn. Cycle the night market. Rocketeer Boost Buggy. Oh, that is a problem. We just have to survive. We've got another possession engine. Loot's locked down, but eventually I think we possession engine the loot. But maybe we don't yet. Embalm Descendant, no matter what. I guess we could steal the Mu Yan Ling. Because then our possession engine would have flying. But he had to have drawn into, like, removal and stuff, right? We only really have 2 choices. We trip up the Mu Yan Ling, and then we block all of his vehicles. Which isn't super good. We only get to kill one of them. We'd kill the Boost Buggy, probably. Or we just steal the Mu Yan Ling right now. Force them all on the ground. And make him really not want to attack, hopefully. These vehicles are crew 3. Which means we'd only be able to block 2 things if we have to crew a vehicle. That was the wrong one. Right? No, that was the right one? Well, we lose. We lose. He has too many fucking cards, man. Double draws off the loot was insane. Our possession engine backfired big time. Literally all it did was allow him to reuse his loot. Which is crazy. I mean, we're already dead in the air. Let's just concede. We don't need to facilitate his ego stroking. Alright, we're 6-2. We are getting to 7 with this deck, damn it. There's no way we make it this far and then fall off a cliff. We have all of our lands. We've got an entire curve. This looks perfect. This looks perfect. Hello, Stepken. Looks like he has to mulligan. We'll play Mindspring Merfolk. We will attack. I guess we play the Guidelight Optimizer. The 1-3. Don't think we kill it. I think that would be wasteful. I think it just slows down our aggression. We play the daring mechanic. It is what it is. 2 lands away from Possession Engine. We got a Quag Feast if we're desperate. Actually, we're 1 land away because of the Guidelight Optimizer. Ooh. Ooh. Alright. We have another blue, but do we want to play it safe? In case our guy dies? I think so. I think we gotta play it safe. Doesn't have Death Touch. I would love to be able to do it at instant speed. Just attack when he double blocks, Quag Feast one of them, and bump the other one. But too risky. Swing 3. End the turn. So next turn, unless he kills our Optimizer, we have a Possession Engine. We just want him to play a really good creature that we can actually steal with it. He's swinging for 1. He must really need that speed, huh? If he doesn't, we can just Mindspring Merfolk and draw a bunch of cards. Sack a creature or vehicle, destroy an artifact an opponent controls. Is he gonna sack the Wicker Folk? Wow, to kill the Optimizer? I mean, he didn't see it coming, did he? Interesting. Good thing I played that Night Market for blue. We'll just do it. We'll take the tempo advantage. And hope that he doesn't have artifact removal still. Grim Javelineer, sure. Glory Heath Lynx. Glory Heath Lynx. take it. Okay. That's fine. We'll hold on to all of our cards. He could still kill the artifact and blow us out. But if he had the ability to do that, I don't think he would have played the things he played. I think he would have done that ASAP. So barring a really good top deck, I think it's okay to just invest in the possession engine and save our cards for other turns. Got something to do on our turn. That, my friend, was a mistake. Just want to think, how do I want to do this? I mean, do I care? Do I need the possession engine? Probably better to just draw a million cards off the Mindspring Merfolk, right? He's gonna get back the Blockbuster anyway. So, it doesn't really matter. Pass the turn. Alright, we can crew the Hull Drifter. We can draw 4 cards with the Mindspring Merfolk. Ooh. Dracosaur Auxiliary. But he doesn't get to deal 2 to my Hull Drifter. He will be able to kill the Mindspring Merfolk. Which sucks. And we also will not be able to block and kill it with the Hull Drifter, so we're going to have to just let it through. I'm not that worried, though. I was going to just wait before he declares attackers when it moves to attack step and trip it up. But it's way better to stall it out, isn't it? And that leaves us 4 mana. So let's go stall out. I mean, we win in 2 turns, right? Trying to think of just like the best way to use our mana. Swing for 3. We don't need the counter this time. Play the Lynx. And the turn. Because now we can block and trade with a dude and gain life. All we need to do is survive until next turn and we win. If the Daring Mechanic and the Hull Drifter are alive and he has no way of getting rid of them, we just win. I mean, he doesn't have lethal, so it's probably even better to just have more blockers. Yeah, we'll just take it. Yeah, that's not enough. We're swinging in the air. We are swinging in the air, my friend. No reason to attack with the Lynx. It only matters if we don't win this turn. And if we don't win this turn, it's better as a blocker. So what's the last card? Cycles a Gravestalker. And that's it. Smash for 4. Daring Mechanic and Hull Drifter gets us the win. Perfect 7, baby. Let's go. Look at that. Look at those beautiful 7 wins right there. From The Exorcist. Beautiful. 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 We have to delete a deck. We have to delete a deck. I can add this to my decks so I can export it later and put it as a deck list in the YouTube video. Yes, Vice Admiral Gene, you can see the video. Let's find it. You can see the deck list. So, most notable things, we got 2 Possession Engines and 2 Vin Wixit in our draft pool, which was nuts. We also got a Mind Spring Merfolk. In addition, I noticed we had a nice black rare in the form of Quagfeast. Originally, we were thinking about going Jeskai instead of having the black, because we had 2 Cloudspire coordinators. 3/1, scries 2 for 2, tap it to make X pilots, where X is the number of mounts and or vehicles that entered this turn. So basically, once you get this out, you just keep making mounts and vehicles. We had 2 of those, and we had a Colladin. But I realized we only had a few really good vehicles, and we were going to have to fill the deck with somewhat underwhelming vehicles in order to make those cards as good as they could be. And also I realized our mana was just way better in Esper. We had 5 lands in the Esper colors that were basically dual lands if you count the 2 night markets. Whereas we only had, I think, 1 other dual land. Yeah, the Sun Below Verge. That could have given us red. So the Jeskai colors would have been slightly less consistent as far as our mana base. So it just made sense. And once we decided to stick with black instead of red, we started to realize black was better as a secondary color instead of a splash, and that white was better as the splash. So we splashed white for Embalmed Descendant, Daring Mechanic, Glory Heathlinks, and Leonin Surveyor. Although we did have a second Daring Mechanic that was really tempting to add. But we also had a second Camera Launcher, which is a lot of value if it lasts. 3 mana comes down as a 2/2, you exhaust it, becomes a 3/3, and gives you a 1/1 flyer. So I decided to go with 1 of each of those instead of the 2 Daring Mechanics. Part of what pushed me over the edge of that was just simply the fact that it the Daring Mechanic used our splash color, our 3rd color. So having 1 less of those, on top of the fact that if we have 2 of them out at the same time, it's redundant. We don't get anything extra out of the ability. those two things just kind of pushed me over the edge of going with a camera launcher instead of 2 Daring Mechanics. But other than that, we got Grimbauble, we got Market Back Walker, we've got Guidelight Optimizer, Stall Out, Quag Feast, Wretched Doll, Flood the Engine, Stock Up. Stock Up's awesome, man. Draw your best 2 from the top 5 for 3. It's just like Divination turned up to 11. Calaxion, Embalmed Descendant, Aether Jacket, which is nuts. That card is so good. Camera Launcher, Trip Up, Packed Doll, Terror, Hull Drifter. And like I said, the 2 Possession Engines and the 2 Vinwixits. So, pretty sick. No, that was sealed. That's what I'm saying. This was a sealed, and we opened an insane card pool. We opened 10 rares. 2 Vinwixits, 2 Possession Engines, Quag Feast, Market Back Walker, Mindspring Merfolk. That's 7. The Verge was 8. The other Verge was 9. And then Colodon was our 10th rare. Kind of insane. So two-thirds of our packs were double rare packs. Bananas. I don't know how we got a sealed pool that good, but we did. All right, I stopped the recording. Finn, I am going to put that video in the folder. Not enough space in the Google Drive. How about now? How about... It's a long video, so it makes sense. Total size 100 gigs. 100 gigs? This video is 100 gigs? What? Hold on. Hold on. I gotta see 93 gigs of 100 gigs used. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Hold on a second. Properties, details. How much are you? How big are you? Alright, you are 8 gigs. No, I have 100 gigs total space. It's not a 100 gig video. It's a 7.5 gig video, and I just barely don't have enough space in my Google Drive. That's what it was. Okay, so we will fix that right now. And then we will be on our way. We'll be doing a draft. Give me just 1 minute to do this. We do not want to get rid of you. We need you. This one can go. This one can go. This one can go. This one can go. We need to keep the Lux deck, and we need to keep the Ratadrabic deck. Everything else should be able to go. You can go. You can go. You can go. You have to stay. You can go. You can go. You can go. 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 All right, let's just delete all those. 6.3 gigs returned. Cancel. Why would you be in trash? No. I would like to recover you. You should not be in trash, sir. Da 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 da. How do I take something out of the trash? Anybody know? I don't know. Well, I guess I'll worry about that later. What's important is I can take this damn video, pop it in the folder to Finn, and be done with it. Go Birds. But wasn't that an insane sealed pool, Gene? It was nuts. Alright, it is copying over. It's a very big file, Finn. I don't know if you're still here. Okay, cool. What I would like to do is maybe do a video that's just the game where we got the glitch. Put that up ASAP and just I'll make a thumbnail for it that's literally like, we discovered a glitch in Arena. And then maybe do another video that's the whole run, just edit it down, that you can take a little bit longer on. But I guess it depends how much work it's going to take. Because if it's going to take too much work, I'll say screw it. People can just watch the live if they want. But at least that one game I don't think will be very much work. I think that will be worth putting up. I think a lot of people would actually want to click on that and check it out if they see it. If we can get it up soon enough before everyone knows about it, you know? It's supposed to be a marathon stream, so 12 hours until midnight Eastern Standard Time. Although, depending on how things go, I might end the stream a little early. If viewership dies off and stuff towards the end. Because I do have a bunch of other stuff I need to get done. But if viewership is really strong, we'll go all the way to midnight. The Elvish Refueler bug. I don't remember what game that was. It was before we got any of the losses. It actually might have been the last win we got before all the losses. It was either the last win or the second to last win before we got our first loss. So, game 6 or game 5? Because we got all the way to 6-0. And then we lost 2. And then we got our 7th win. For me, EST right now is 4 p.m. It's 4:19 p.m. So, depending on how things go, like another 8 hours or a little bit less than 8 hours. And even if we ended early, like I'll still be going for another like 5 hours or something. I am going to take a very quick break to just go to the bathroom and grab something to eat. Be back in like 5 minutes. Finn, let me know when you find the game with the bug. I just want to turn that whole game into a video by itself with the normal intro and outro like we would do. I won't bother to do a pre-intro. Unless, actually, if you want to try to find your own pre-intro that's something snarky and funny concerning bugs, you could do that. I'll let you run wild with it. But I'm going to go to the Be Right Back screen and go tinkle. So I'll be right back. More crazy spoilers from... a ton of... about it, man. Welcome once again, my fellow manipulators of digital fate. I'm Richie, this is Capricorn. I'm alive, I'm breathing, I'm here, and I'm streaming. Okay, so Finn, I'm just gonna let you run point on that video. Make whatever thumbnail you want to make, edit the information to include whatever you want it to include, like the whole nine. Just, this will be a test run, I guess, to see what you would do if you were running the show, so to speak. If you were making all the decisions and doing all the things, because this is a very, very low, what's the word I'm looking for here? Very low stakes video, I guess. so I don't really care if it gets all that messed up in the translation. But do whatever you want to do with it, you know. You want to update keywords, you want to put hashtags, you want to title it whatever the hell you want to title it, whatever you want to do. Just run point, launch it when you want to launch it, and yeah, just do the thing. We're gonna jump back into some games. Let's do it. If you want the deck list, actually, you know what? I should just give you the deck list right now. Thanks, Ancestor. I was gone a little longer than I intended, but I took care of the dogs, which is something I was gonna have to take another break to do later. So I got that all out of the way. And we shouldn't have to worry about it moving forward. So Finn, I'm gonna send you in a PM the deck list in case you want to put it in the description of the video. Alright, let's get back to it. We're going to dive into a draft here. And when we're done with the draft, we might consider going into standard brews. Depends where we're at with our card pool and how we're feeling about how many wild cards we have and that sort of thing. We've got 7 rare, 7 mythic. Let's dive right in. Like, literally whatever you want to do with it, Finn. Because it's not a high priority video. It'll give us a chance to kind of get comfortable with that kind of thing in case we get to that point. Wax and Shape Thief, pretty damn good. Diversion Unit, pretty damn good. Let me change my scene here. Greenbelt Guardian, also pretty damn good. Thrill Seeker's good. Cloudspire Coordinator's pretty damn good. I mean, we gotta take the Shape Thief, right? You know, I do gotta say I'm kind of disappointed that they've been putting the same redundant lands as the basics, the basic dual lands, or the common dual lands. That's, I wish they would just do something a little bit more unique, so... Anyway, we'll take the Shape Thief. See if we end up using it or not. Scrounging Skyray. Are we going cycling? We might just be going cycling in draft. No matter what, it's in our colors. And even if we just incidentally have a little bit of cycling, it's still good, even if we don't go deep into the cycling thing. So for those 2 reasons, we definitely take it. Let's see. Full Throttle. That seems really good in limited, right? I guess only if you're ahead. If you don't have a safe attack in, your guys are just going to die in blocks, and then you're not going to get the value out of your extra combats. So that's a little bit rough. We got Slick Imitator. Actually kind of a good card, huh? And then Hull Drifter's just super good. I think it's between the Hull Drifter and the Slick Imitator. I think we'll get more opportunities to draft Hull Drifters, so I'm going to take the Imitator for now. Sabotage Strategist. My pick for best limited card in the set? Gee, I wonder what I'm picking. I would like that Harrier to table, but it probably won't. But yes, we're taking the Strategist, 100%. Hey, a Harrier. A Harrier. When it enters, bounce a creature or vehicle, and you can reduce their speed by 1 if they have more speed than you. But I wonder if we just use this opportunity to go Simic and get the Ranger's Aether Hive. Do we have any exhaust abilities? We have one on the strategist. I could see either way. I think we take a chance and grab the Aether Hive. I just think it's really good. But it might be right to grab the Harrier. Actually, we don't want to commit to a color yet. That's going to be my tiebreaker. Another Slick Imitator. Yes. We will take you. Are we just going mono blue? So we have max speed payoffs, cycling payoffs. Do we have the exhaust payoff? We didn't grab that, did we? Still trying to fit 2 different things in our deck, which is rough. We're going to take the Muruganda Raceway. Since we've got 2 Slick Imitators and we are monocolor right now, seems perfect. Sky Streak Engineer, hell yeah. That comes down as a good blocker, and then later on it's just a win condition. The Aether Jacket's pretty good too. Diversion Unit tabled. Wow, we are just taking all of the blue. We want to make sure to prioritize starting our engines. Howler's heavy. Well, that will help with the cycling if we need to. Intimidation Tactics is really good. Tempting. You know what? The Howler's heavy isn't that good. Let's take the tactics on the offhand we go black. It's not the thing that's going to push us black. But it is a very easy splash. This might just be a mono blue deck. The Spike Shell Harrier table. Nobody's playing blue, guys. Nobody. And we are absolutely going to punish them for it. Cycling payoff. But I think the discard's just better. Max speed payoff. Oh my god, dude. This deck's already bananas. Gastal Raider makes them discard and gives us Start Your Engines payoffs. The Wrangler makes them discard. Intimidation Tactics makes them discard. I think we're Dimir. I think we still have to grab the Draconautics Engineer, but I'm really tempted to grab that Ranger's Refueler. How many exhaust abilities do we have? 1, 2, only 2. Another Spike Shell Harrier. What is going on? We are Spike Shell Harrier .deck confirmed. This deck's already going to be insane. The last ride, just incidentally in our colors, sure. Flood the Engine would be nice. We do need some removal, but we're definitely taking the last ride. Get out of your mind if you think we're not. Tempted to splash red for that. We got Trip Up, we got Howler's Heavy, we got another Slick Imitator? I mean, the blue's gonna table, we've already seen that. I'm taking the Far Fortune. We might try to go Grixis. Intimidation Tactics, Pit Automaton, Nimble Thopterist, ooh, Bloodfell Caves. Maybe we can go 3 colors. We have some bomb cards in red. I'm going to take a chance here. I could very easily grab the Nimble Thopterist and be happy. But me being me, I'm going to grab the Bloodfell Caves and go for the gold. Another Slick Imitator. Start your engines. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top card of your library. You may play it this turn. What a card. We're taking it. Red is back on the menu. We're going to need some pretty crazy fixing to pull it off. It's either Diversion Unit or Grim Bauble. I think Diversion Unit might just be better. We do need removal, though. This time we'll take the Diversion Unit. But in the future, we might have to go towards removal. Let's see. This pack, we either want the Wickerfolk Indomitable or the Aether Jacket. I really like the Aether Jacket, and since we're low on removal, we still might not go red. But we probably do. Draw a card, discard a card. Wreckage Wickerfolk is good, but not as good as Boosted Sloop. Okay, we need our fixing so that we can go Grixis. Because this is kind of disgusting as Grixis. Let's see. Gearseeker Serpent, Goblin Surveyor, Risky Shortcut. I think it's probably the Surveyor, but it might be the Serpent. How many artifacts do we have? We get the Last Ride on 1, 2 Diversion Units. We don't have a lot of cheap ones. We'll take a stall out. We'll take the trip up. We might have to cut a color. Ooh, another stall out. Late pick stall out. Ketramos! I mean, we gotta take Ketramos, right? We're not gonna play it. We're passing up basically a Ranger's Refueler and a Dismal Backwater. But we already know our opponents aren't playing much blue, so I think the Backwater's fine to pass. We're just going to take it. Another Spike Shell Harrier. Oh god. Outpace Oblivion. Super, super good. We won't get another opportunity to pick a card like that up. Good removal. We need fixing. We need a lot of fixing. Boosted Sloop. Draw a card, discard a card. I think I like the Gastel Raider better. We've already got a Boosted Sloop. I think 2 is a little rough. Repurposing Bay. Do you have any fixing? No. We'll just rare draft the Repurposing Bay. We're gonna want it for deck techs, for sure. I'm thinking we gotta cut a color from this, and I'm not looking forward to making that decision. Shefat, Tyrox, Howler's Heavy. Oop, Bloodfell Caves. That helps us not have to cut a color. We're gonna need more than that, though. Hopefully that Dimir land comes back around. I would be very happy. We'll take the Grim Bauble. Gaunty. You passed Gaunty. Well, it's confirmed that if we have to cut a color, it's going to be red. It's gonna be red. if we have to. Another stall out. A scrap compactor. Kind of like the scrap compactor, not gonna lie. I don't know if it's better than stall out. But we've already got 2 stall outs. We've got diversion units to pump mana into the scrap compactors too. So they're a little bit less mana intensive in reality. Let's see, Packed Doll Terror. And some red cards that we might not be playing red in order to play. So grab the Packed Doll. Spike Shell Harrier. Sure. It looks like we are not going to get our last dual land, which is very sad. So we might actually splash red. Just barely, for like 1 really good card. Just because we do have red dual lands, we don't have any Dimir dual lands. Splashable cards. Not splashable. We definitely do not have... I'm gonna double check our fixing. Because I do not think we have what we want as far as fixing. Yeah, there's no way we can run 3 colors, right? It's just too greedy. Four Spike Shell Harriers might be a bit much. But you know what? I'm here for it. Let's see what we have for removal. We have a lot of discard. We don't have a lot of automatic removal, which is kind of a bummer. I mean, we have to keep all of our removal. Dump the Wrangler. It's not good enough. See, what's good about intimidation tactics is if we have it early, we just get rid of the bomb that's in their hand that they can't cast yet. And if we draw it later, we can just discard it. What do we fuel when we discard? We fuel the Scrounging Skyray with counters. Does anything care about stuff being in the graveyard? Doesn't look it. So I guess that would just be it. So I think we actually cut it. Gastel Raider is still really, really good. Two Raiders, 2 Slick Imitators with the Muruganda Raceway. Seems nice. We've got dudes in the air, too. But we got to cut 3 more cards. And that seems really hard. We can't cut any of our potential removal because we're low on it. How many artifacts do we have for the Packed All Terrors? 1, 2, 3. 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10, 11. Plus the terrors themselves, so 13. I mean, that could be a lot. That could just straight up be a win condition. But we have to get rid of something, right? Four Spike Shell Harriers, just too greedy. Maybe we go down to 3. We dump the bounce off. And then we have to get rid of 1 more card. Tricky. How much cycling do we have for Scrounging Skyray? One, 2, 3, 4. Only 4 cards. Do we get rid of the Skyray? It seems so good, but we don't have a lot of ways to trigger it. We maybe get 1 counter on it. I think we actually dump it. I just don't think that's what this deck is. Yeah, this looks pretty good. No, I trust you. Do everything you think would be good for it, and then launch it. Even with the thumbnail, do whatever you want. You don't even have to use one of my templates or anything. Because it's not really a normal deck or anything like that. As long as you put the intro and the outro and whatever you want as a pre-intro. Something funny that talks about bugs. Yeah, just do the whole thing, you. Alright, we're gonna keep this. That's kind of funny, Finn. That's actually funny. Alright, let's dive in. Let's see what this thing can do. Just straight up Dimir. We can always go back to making this Grixis if we want to. Like, we could absolutely splash a little bit of red if we really wanted to. But realistically, we needed at least 1 more land. That was a dual land. 2 if we wanted to use the Raceway, which we probably just end up dropping the Raceway if we go 3 colors. I think this looks fine. Drop the Slick Imitator first to start our engines. Unless we really want to get the Packed All Terror out. In which case we drop the Diversion Unit, because turn 3 we can use it to play out the Packed All Terror. Well, since we're not going to really be able to swing in... Well, I guess we could swing in. I think it's still better to do this. That also means we only need one more land to play our Harriers. Oh wait, this is Diversion Unit. This isn't the one that makes mana. Never mind. Ignore me. I should have played the Slick Imitator for sure. For sure. It's okay though. We'll offer a trade. He'll take it. I'm okay with that. Just need a land. Just any land. Because we need to play our own Packed Doll Terror. 2-4. I mean, this might just be better at this point. Unless he has removal. We can block with the Slick Imitator pretty easily. Or even if we don't block with anything, we just take 2 instead of 3. This guy's so good. Do you have a trick, sir? Interesting. If I had a way to mess with his Thopters, I would swing with the Strategist, because, like, it's got Vigilance, man. Pick up our speed. I guess we play the Pack Doll Terror. Sabotage Strategist is so good. It's so good. Haunted Hellride's really good too. I wish we got one of those. +1 Death Touch and untap it. Which means he can attack with a 4/4 Death Touching Pack Doll Terror with basically Vigilance. Terrifying. No blocks, we'll let it through. The Wicker Folk. How Wicker Folk are you folk? Well, we've got 5 now. So we can take up our speed no matter what. Do you want to bounce something? I think I really want to rip a card out of his hand because he has a lot of mana now. I want to do it while it's still relevant. But we do... We're just going to do this. I want to make sure I trigger the Pack Doll Terror so we can pick up our speed. So we're going to have to wait a turn on the Raider. No attacks. End the turn. Waxen Shape Thief. So if we copy our Sabotage Strategist, everything that attacks us gets -2 attack. Or we could copy our Packdoll Terror so that we drain 2 every time we play an artifact. And if we get to max speed first, we can sack the Slick Imitator to make another copy. So maybe we just make 2 Packdoll Terrors. And just drain them out, maybe? Coming at me. Doesn't attack with the Hellride? You changed your mind, sir? You changed your mind. I mean, I'll trade. That's fine. That means you don't have it to block it. We attack with the Strategist. You probably let it through. Right? 5, 6. Yep. That's a mistake, my friend. Max speed. Full control. Waxen Shape Thief. Copy. Waxen Shape Thief. Copy the Terror. Drain, drain. Copy the Terror. Drain, drain, drain. Sounds good to me. And now next turn we bounce a Thopter, drain you for 3. And then the turn after that we bounce a Thopter, drain you for 3. And then we're swinging in with our Strategist. Oh yeah. Can only attack with one thing each turn. We have really good blockers. It's fine. You get through for 3. 2 because of our Strategist. That card is so good. That card is so dumb good. So we've got 8 mana next turn. We can play our Harrier and our Raider. I want to play the Raider first. Because if the thing that we're bouncing is his worst card. Takes our Packdoll Terror. Well then we'll bounce the Packdoll Terror. Give me that back. Cheater. Let me look at your hand. Let's go. Let's go! Dimir is nuts in this set. Hey, what's up, Lucky? Welcome to the stream. Demir is so crazy in this set. Wild. Let's run it back. Too embarrassing land bluff. I got shocked when they quit on turn 1 under the rest check. Oh god. That sounds awful, Lucky. That sounds, in fact, very unlucky. This looks good. We'll keep this. Probably just play the last ride on one. -7, -7. Is that all? Ooh, we got our sabotage strategist. Here we go, slick imitator. Lifeline negotiator. Could draw a card. I think we try to attack to tick up our speed. Are you scared of us ticking up our speed, Hempus? We could scrap compactor. But we could also just play and sack the scrap compactor next turn if we really need to. So I think we're going to draw a card. Let's end the turn. Once we get our speed up to 4, we don't have to send this guy in. We can hold him back as a blocker again. So I'd rather tick up our speed while his guys are smaller and he can't get through for as much damage. Now, he has to use the bike as a mana rock or a creature, not both. And I think because he's got both Molt Tender and the bike, he's much more tempted to drop something big rather than attack. Debris Beetle. Yep, so he'll drain for 3. And then what? Swing for 2? I mean, you're just turning our last ride into an actual last ride. That's fine. Let's draw a card. Now it is a creature. I'm really worried about this Debris Beetle, though. How do we deal with it? We're quite a ways away of using Scrap Compactor to take it out. I guess the best we can do right now is play this guy and make it so that it's not hitting in for as much. And we also probably want to try to get our speed up if we can. We might just make 2 scrap compactors. But if he hits one more time with like this guy, our last ride's turning into a big creature. We have a lot of potential there. So it's not necessarily the worst thing ever for us to go low on life. I'd still rather stay high, but at least we have some pretty insane gas that we get out of it. Rev Hempus. Scurryfoot gets big. Makes an Elephant. Uses the Elephant to crew the Debris Beetle. Swings in with everything. Forgets that we give -1/-0. And then we kill the Scurryfoot. Maybe? Okay, he's just gonna kill you with the Scurryfoot. That's fine. So we'll take 7, probably. Oh wait, this has Summoning Sickness. He's just too smart for us. So we'll take 5. We'll go to 8. And our last ride will be able to be a 5/5. If we want to. Interesting. We could stall out the Debris Beetle. We actually have a lot of really good cards here. Let's attack with the Strategist. That will get us to max speed. And now the question is, what do we want to copy? If we wait until next turn, we can copy a Spike Shell Harrier or a Hull Drifter. This turn, we can copy a Stall Out or a Scrap Compactor. I think the Scrap Compactor would actually be really strong. Let's stall out the Debris Beetle. Do you have a response, sir? You do not have a response. Alright, we will full control, play out the Scrap Compactor, sack the Slick Imitator to copy a Scrap Compactor, and the turn. So whatever he attacks in with, we can crew the last ride and kill it. Everything else is getting -1 attack. So even if he attacks with everything, it's not like we're taking a lot of damage. We should be able to survive. If he attacks with, let's say he attacks with all 4 of these. If we block the Veloheart Bike, we only take a total of 3 damage. We Spike Shell Harrier the Elephant. This thing's tapped down. We don't have to worry about it until it untaps. Eventually, when it untaps, we use one of the Scrap Compactors to kill it. gives us the breathing room that we need to get other stuff out first. Surveil 2, sure. Oh, baby. It's pretty good. You wanna attack me? You gonna attack me? Would you like to attack me? Demonic Junker. I assume he will try to kill the strategist. No elephant attacking for you. I think we're gonna have to kill that demonic junker, huh? Problem is, if we do, we can't stop anything else. But if we don't, we probably end up having to block it. We probably end up trading our last ride for it, to be honest. The only way we can deal with two things is this way. Pass a turn. So now if he attacks with the Junker, we crew the last ride and trade it for the Junker. The token can't swing in because we got rid of it, and then the Harrier is still left behind as a blocker later. Cruise for 2. This also cruise for 2. So it looks like he doesn't have any more creatures in his hand. We absolutely trade the last ride for it. That is such a good deal for us. We already drew one card off of it, so we're one card ahead. He's got up to 5 mana now. He's only got 2 cards left in his hand. We get to play a Hull Drifter to draw cards to hold the fort. Ooh. Exile an artifact or creature. He's got 2. So he's got 2 potential hits. I think we gotta hold up the ability to Scrap Compact and kill with a Grimbauble. What do we kill with the Grimbauble? I guess the Engine Rat. So that he can't drain us, since we're really close. Pass the turn. We wait until he crews the Earth Rumbler, and then we eat it with the Scrap Compactor. And then next turn we eat the Debris Beetle with the Scrap Compactor. And then we should be good. Scurryfoot. Exhaust it right away. Sure. Unfortunately, we have to hold up the ability to kill the Earth Rumbler, so we can't respond. We can't, like, Because we could sack both of these and kill 2 small things. Instead of killing just one thing. That's fine. Do this one first. Just in case he has any bounce. We don't get to replay that one. Freaking debris beetle, man. If we blow up the debris beetle, he can swing in with everything else. The Veloheart bike we don't want to trade with. But if he drops a creature and uses it to crew the Veloheart bike, it's a problem. We have to trade with it, and we take 7 from all of his other creatures. So what we have to do is pass the turn. We have to let him waste some of his creatures crewing his vehicles before we kill the vehicles. So essentially we make him crew the debris beetle before we kill the debris beetle. Just to make sure he's got less attackers. Even if he can drop a creature to crew his vehicle, he's not going to be able to drop new creatures to crew both of them. We had to do it in response so that he couldn't use the debris beetle to crew the Veloheart bike in response. So now he has less that he can swing in with. We have to trade the Harrier for the 4-2, which kind of sucks, but we are so close to stabilizing. If we can draw anything at all that costs 3 or less, that we can play alongside this Packdoll Terror, I think we're okay. If we can't, it's going to be really hard and really close. Oh god. Debris Beetle's coming back. Oh, we're totally toast, dude. There is no way. There's no way we can survive both. Yeah, we just don't have enough. We're just dead. That's too much. Either one of those was going to be like 90% chance he wins getting one of those back. Like him getting to drain when he replays the Debris Beetle is really good. Him getting to make us lose 2 life every turn without even having to attack is really good. But both of them is rough. Don't think we can survive. I guess he doesn't have the mana to use the Engine Rat yet, right? So we take 4. And then he finishes us off with the Debris Beetle. Which, we were actually insanely close to stabilizing. If we had actually drawn something we could play, like if we drop the other Wax and Shape Thief, we copy the Packdoll Terror, we drain for 2 to bump up our life some more, and then if we have another artifact to drop, we drain for another 2. We were only 1 mana off from playing that. But even if we had just drawn something to hold us over that we could have played, like any other creature to block or anything, we would have been fine. It was actually insanely close. Let's see what was coming up if we were just a little bit ahead. Lands. But I guess even if we had a land, we would have been able to play the Shape Thief, right? That was actually way closer than it looked. There was somewhere in the mid-game. Hey, what's up, Joe? Sorry it took me a minute to chime in. My head was in the game. Somewhere in the mid-game there, we might have made a mistake, possibly. But we definitely did the best we could. But it's tricky, man. Like, very tricky. That was a tricky game. We had all the value in the world, and if we could have just played it all, we could have won. The trick is balancing that with the tempo and actually surviving long enough to play everything. Mechanically, I'm loving the new set. Flavor-wise, probably my least favorite of the year. But, mechanically, I'm really liking it. 8 new decks? Damn, that's a lot. That is a lot. Alright, do we want Diversion Unit down or Slick Imitator? I think we want Diversion Unit. Because we can drop one of these next turn, start our engines, and then swing over with our flyer and immediately tick up to 2. And then on turn 4, we've got Sabotage Strategist. Yeah, that's really good. We probably play the Gastal Raider in order to be as mana efficient as possible. Although we could hold up a blue to counter something. I don't think we're going to need to. In fact, by playing the most expensive thing... Let's see, Daring Mechanic, Autarch Mammoth, Cloud Spire Coordinator. He doesn't have the red, so he's going to play Daring Mechanic next turn, and then he's kind of stuck. He needs red or 6 lands. Which is pretty good. That Sabotage Strategist is coming down next turn and just taking over the game. We don't know what that last card is, but it probably wasn't red. Sabotage Strategist. Let's get to speed 3. Play it out. Because there's nothing we can really do to block the Daring Mechanic right now. But at least with the Strategist out, he only gets through for 2 instead of 3. Dual Cast! Let's make 2 the last rides. In your league, vehicles are too slow? Maybe. No blocks. We'll take the 2. We are for sure winning that race. So we'll swing in the air. Put him at 12, get to max speed. So if we wanted to, we could make 2 last rides. But I don't think we want to. I really don't think we want to. I think we'll just play them both out. And then hope we draw into something that we want to copy. I did consider just only playing out the last ride and holding up the 3 mana to draw. But I think having the 3 toughness blocker against his guy when he becomes a 2/3 because of our sabotage strategist is good. I think it's probably too good. Especially when we take into account the fact that he's going to make some gas right now. He's going to make an elephant with his Scurryfoot. Mono green vehicles, blue Thopter deck, Boros vehicle deck, black and white zombie deck, red and blue discard deck. Yeah, it sounds like all the best highlights of the new stuff, for sure. Now everything that attacks is going to attack with 1 less. So we can block the 2/2 Scurryfoot with one of our 2 toughness guys. We can block one of the 3/3s with our Slick Imitator. Those Mises, man. I hate Mises to pieces. Just that. We'll take 2 damage. We're winning that race. See if we can draw something that we want to copy. Scrap Compactor. That is absolutely something I would like to copy. And now we smash. We're going to swing with everything, because I want him to double block the Gastal Raider and get blown out. Well, I guess we can't blow him out, right? That was probably a mistake. Sir? We'll just kill the elephant. End the turn. So we can sack one of these to kill one of his 3/3s. If we want to. Strategist can block the Scurryfoots. You forgot about the strategist ability. Goodbye, daring mechanic. You don't have any mounts or vehicles. We will kill your Scurryfoot because you are overly ambitious, friend. Overly ambitious. Camera launcher. My turn. Well, it's my turn. We could bounce something. Like the elephant. That seems pretty good. Yeah, let's do that. And we could have lethal next turn. Theoretically. End the turn. We can also chump block with the last ride if we really want to. We don't really want to. Not yet. We're out of gas. Drawing cards off that would be really good. Autarch Mammoth comes out. Makes a 3/3. Coordinator makes a pilot. Show me what you got. You got nothing. Okay. Well, he doesn't have any mana to use his camera launcher, which means we can shut down his ability to make a Thopter. But we don't get the ability to use our Scrap Compactor to kill the Autarch Mammoth if we do. So I don't think we do it yet. Problem is, if we don't do it now, he makes the Thopter next turn. That makes things difficult. But we gotta kill the Mammoth, I think. I think we just gotta kill the Mammoth. Alright, next turn we have lethal. In the air. Unless you can get another flyer out in addition to exhausting the camera launcher, which is possible. Mercenary tokens from Outlaws can crew or give creatures +1/+0. Very flexible. Yeah, I agree. That actually sounds like a really fun deck. Hey, we got it. Would you look at that? I gotta say, this set is the most fun I've had playing Limited in quite a while. Ever since they changed to the play boosters, and things have been more bomb heavy, things have felt kinda to me. But I think because there's so many vehicles, this set's really slowed down. And this set being really slowed down allows breathing room to actually, like, get to playing a lot of your stuff. I think that might be why. We'll keep this. We've got both of our colors. We've got a Sky Streak Engineer on 2. And if we can just draw one more land, we can play Gonti, which is bananas. No special guests this time. That might be it. That might be it. Actually, there are special guests this time, aren't there? Because, Mox. The Mox. Crow Mox is one of the special guest cards. Stall out. Man, too bad that's not an instant, huh? Like, I kind of want to be greedy and wait to stall it out after he uses the exhaust ability, and he no longer has access to double strike. But I think we gotta just play the cards that we have. Just play the cards that we have. We've got lots of card draw if we can survive, so just deal with his early game and have faith that the cards will flow. I mean, I don't know for sure, Finn, but I would assume so. He has to waste the mana. He just, what, pings us for 1 damage and gets a counter? I guess he could use it on the exhaust ability. He didn't use it on anything? Wow. That's weird. Right, we're at 2 speed. That's bizarre. I mean, he might just be really greedy and want to save the double strike and save the damage potential output. But that seems really weird to me. If he wanted to save it, then why even play the Boommobile early? Why not just play other stuff? I feel like it's one or the other, you know? Well, we'll Gastall Raider. Try and hit something good from their hand. Maximum overdrive and full throttle. Full throttle would kind of be nuts for him. +1/+1 counter, death 2, touch, and indestructible. Like, he could attack with Boommobile five times in a row. Or no, 3 times in a row. We'll just dump it. He can kill the Raider if he wants. But he seems too greedy to do something like that. See, now he can finally do 3 damage to something. And put a +1/+1 counter on the vehicle. 1 and 1, sure. Starts his engine phase to 2. Another Gastall Raider. Oof. Well, we'll play what we can play, right? What? Why would you do that? Oh, because we're gonna make him discard it. I gotcha. So we made him waste it, basically. That's fine. We'll get up to max speed. Problem is we don't have any mana to use it. Like, we could only copy a 2-drop at this point. Because we'd need the 1 mana to sack the Slick Imitator. Max speed with crime cards? Possibly, yeah. Alright, Raiders toast. Go ahead. I will 100% win that race. promise you, we will win that race. Give me all your cards, baby. And the turn. He's still getting through with the Boomobile for sure. He's got double strike until end of turn. So that's 12 damage he can do. But then we attack him with a 12-12. I'm not missing anything, right? He's already used his exhaust abilities. So yeah, we go to 1 and then he dies. Two packed Alterras. And smash. Forgot about my last ride, buddy! Thanks for the boost! Max speed and crime could be cool. If you're specifically targeting your opponent in order to hit max speed, I really want to build max speed and burn. Because the one thing that sets max speed apart from similar mechanics that make it so that you have to damage the opponent is a lot of the other cards that give you value by damaging the opponent is specifically combat damage. And with max speed, it doesn't have to be. It can be pings in any way. So burn is just going to be strictly better at enabling max speed than any creature-based strategy. So I'm thinking if we just play a burn deck with some early start your engines cards and the best max speed payoffs, and everything else is burn, maybe it will be insane. We'll have to try it. We won't know for sure until we try it, but it might be insane. It might be insane. Insane in the membrane. Guy's insane. He's got no brain. Give me 1 second, guys. This hand looks pretty good, though. Not gonna lie. We'll keep it. We three kings be stealing the gold. We'll go Island Scrap Compactor. Would be cool to save it to get 2 of them with Slick Imitator, but nah. We got better things to do with Slick Imitator later on. Get the diversion unit out first. That way next turn we can start our engines and swing in with the diversion unit and still be at 2. We also still get to hold up a blue to potentially counter a non-creature spell. Although I think our diversion unit's worth more right now. That's 4 mana, but not Gaunty. But not Gaunty. Part of me wants to kill the camera launcher. Part of me wants to trip it up. Part of me doesn't want to do any of that. Alright, we'll attack him with the diversion unit. See, if we wait to trip up, we could catch him with his pants down and set him back a lot more. But if we do it now, we can make sure he doesn't get a flyer out of the camera launcher, so that we can attack with our diversion unit still. But I guess if he does make the flyer, he's tapped out. And then if we trip up the camera launcher, we can swing in with the Slick Imitator and he'll lose his flying token unless he blocks, which might not be the worst. Yeah, we'll just hold everything up. We also have the Shape Thief, which we almost definitely don't want to flash out, but we could. No attack. Hazard of the Dunes. Well, I'm glad we did what we did. He got greedy. He will pay for it. Stall out. We probably want to save that for Hazard of the Dunes. Right? So let's just get to max speed. Got a lot of options here. We could just scrap Compactor the camera launcher. But if he's going to end up just playing out Hazard of the Dunes anyway, probably doesn't matter. Strategist. We save that for the Slick Imitator, don't we? Or maybe we play it out now because when we get another mana, we can play Waxen Shape Thief and Slick Imitator the Waxen Shape Thief and still have 3 strategists. We're already at max speed, so we don't have to worry about getting in this turn. I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to do it. His Hazard can only swing for 3 and not 4. We drew a last ride. He didn't attack. Interesting. He's got the Elvish Refueler. Which we probably want to kill. Yeah, I know exactly what we're doing. We're going to stall out the Hazard. Actually, we're 1 mana off. I was thinking we could still kill the Elvish Refueler. I mean, we had to stall out the Hazard anyway, right? No matter what. We'll swing 4 in the air. End the turn. That seems fine. Sky Streak Engineer. Well, we could make 2 Aether Jackets. Probably don't want to. He can exhaust to make the refueler bigger. He doesn't have enough mana to double exhaust the Sky Streak Engineer. We could just kill the Sky Streak Engineer now before it gets bigger, so that we can swing in with our flyers. I think that's probably smart. Smack for 4. Hold up our ability to counterspell. You do not have enough mana, sir. 1 less to cast if it targets a mount or vehicle. No. You will not be doing that, sir.
Let's rock!
You will not be doing that, sir. Swings, gets -1, but it can put a counter on, which we have to get worried about. It can do it twice, so we can't block it at all. We just take the damage. We easily race it. We don't want to give up our dudes. Flood the engine. Well, that's rude. That's very rude. Now what do we do? We don't have anything we want to wax in Shape Thief. We could Aether Jacket, but we don't have any artifacts that we really want to get rid of. We could copy it if we do. Fortunately, just being stuck at 4 mana is causing problems. We're just going to do this. Pass the turn. We'll let him hit us for a bunch of damage and turn on our last ride. I think that's just the best thing we can do. Sure. Get real big. Hit us for damage. Pass. Pass. No blocks. Go ahead. That's fine. Now our last ride is almost online. Damn, man. We are getting some bad luck. He can exhaust, make a token. He can exhaust and make a token. And then block and kill our Aether Jacket. Which is not good. I'm just gonna be greedy. Oof, maybe that was incorrect. Being stuck on 4 is absolutely killing us. We're almost halfway through our deck. And we've drawn 4 lands. The entire game. It's kind of crazy.
Did IQs just drop sharply while I was away?
It's still the same. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Do we block the refueler? I think we have to, right? Or it's just lethal. We could take 8. I'm gonna try to just win the game. That's my plan. My plan is to win the game. Five. Oopsie. Oh shit! My thing ran out. I'm dead. No, he can only do it once. Right? Does he have pump in his hand? He does! Damn it. I was trying to math specifically, and it was hard. And I ran out of fucking time. I was trying to math specifically, getting as low as possible without dying. Thinking through his possible tricks, so that I could just attack back with the last ride and win. I didn't take into account the Fang Guardian. I figured whatever trick he had wouldn't give him another creature on the field. So I wasn't taking that into account. But I was thinking, like, I need to sack the Aether Jacket to kill the Thopter so he doesn't have a blocker. And still crew the last ride and swing for lethal. So do I need to keep the Slick Imitator alive to crew the last ride? I need to spend 2 mana on the Aether Jacket. It requires tapping, so I can't crew the last ride first before I sack the Aether Jacket to kill the Thopter. So then what do I play from my hand? I could play the Skystreak Engineer and still have 2 mana left over for the Aether Jacket, but if I do, then it's not enough to crew the last ride, so I need to use the Engineer and the Slick Imitator to crew the last ride. And like while I'm trying to think through all of that, like can I block, I ran out of time. And if I was able to do the math and realize like, okay, any pump spell at all and I'm dead if I don't block, if I had realized just how low I was, because without that pump spell I was going to be at 1, then I probably block anyway. But I don't know which one I block. Like, I want him to use the Elvish Refueler's exhaust ability and not the Camera Launcher's exhaust ability. So if I think he has a Trample trick in his hand, then I want to block the Refueler so that he'll want to use the Trample trick on the Refueler, and if it has Trample, he'll want to buff the Refueler instead of buffing the Camera Launcher. But if he doesn't have a Trample trick in his hand, then I want to block the Camera Launcher so that he wants to be greedy and get through for more damage. So instead of activating the Camera Launcher again, he activates the Elvish Refueler to get through for an extra damage so that he doesn't get the extra Thopter. So I'm trying to think through all of that and had no idea that I was out of fuses. I just assumed I had my normal 2 or 3. So that didn't work out. That didn't work out at all, unfortunately. I definitely noticed it was you, E2. It's good to see you, friend. It's been a while. No, that VIP thing is definitely gonna stay forever as a tribute to my first VIPs. So, hell yeah. So that's 2 losses. I really feel like we could have pulled that last one out. I'm glad to have you back, friend. It's been a wild ride. Things are nuts right now. 6 standard sets a year now. 3 of them are Universes Beyond. What kind of world are we living in? Keep 7. I would be happy if you just pop in and say hello for 5 minutes once or twice a week. That would make me the happiest little boy on the planet. MTG is the Fortnite of MTG now. You're not wrong. Might as well be 7 sets a year given Foundations. That doesn't come out once a year though, Finn. It's only once ever. Hopefully, supposedly. So it's 6 sets a year and 1 set every 5 years. So 1/5 of a set. 6 and 1/5 of a set. Every year. 2, 3, huh? Guess we probably want to use this. This guy's pretty good though. Automatically crews your vehicle and sits back as a blocker. Seems kind of good. He has 1 more. Does it have Vigilance? No. So he would need 1 more thing to tap to put a counter on it. So unless he has something he can flash in or play right now, he doesn't. He just wants to turn on the collision course. I mean, that's fine. We're making him expend all of his resources, which is nice. And he doesn't have a lot of aggro right now. I don't think we're countering anything. most likely that countering will only be good for stopping creature removal, and it's the only creature. So we might as well play the Scrap Compactor out. Next turn we can use it to kill the Voyager Glide car in response if we really want to. Is Izzy still around? Sometimes. Yeah. It's been a while since Orange has been around. He's been busy with real life, but him and I are friends in real life, so he's I would say he's an active part of the community even when he doesn't seem like he is. Just because him and I are good friends in real life. No blocks. Now it's got a counter, so we can't kill it with the Scrap Compactor. But we can trip it up. Which honestly seems pretty good. We're not blocking with the diversion unit, so we might as well just swing with it. And we'll wait until he puts a counter on it too. Yeah, people have been popping off, E2. Things have been growing. Voyager Quick Welder. Get greedy. Crew, tap your guys to put counter on. You want all the value. Yes, you want all the value. You attacked with your interface ace. You're gonna regret it. Did he put it on top? He did put it on top. What a greed monger. We definitely need the Sabotage Strategist. We aren't gonna block his diversion unit though. We will block one of his 1-power things with the Strategist. And bump down the toughness on everything else. Or bump down the power. You're kind of halfway there. The channel is full-time, but mainly I do sponsored content for a game called Wonders of the First. That pays the bills, and then Magic brings in the traffic and grows the channel. So it's kind of a double. We don't have anything to make him discard, which is very sad. Does he have any flyers? No. I guess we'll just Hull Drifter. Yeah, they're awesome. They're wonderful. Swing in for 2. Hold back the ability to block. Shit. I did not see that coming. That was a mistake. For some reason I was thinking that's only sorcery speed. Oh, you know what? It's the other guy. It's the creature that has a similar ability to that. You have to use it at sorcery speed, right? You can only do it on your turn. That's why I got it screwed up. Fuck. Alright. Our draft run's gonna end right here because I'm an idiot. I could have done so much more too. I could have just not attacked, and in fact, instead of playing the Hull Drifter, I could have played the Raider to have another creature down. But I was like, oh, I want to use all my mana, and he doesn't have a card to hit with the Raider to make him discard, so I won't. If we had had 3 creatures down, and I didn't attack, we'd be in such a good spot. Or even if I did Hull Drifter and just didn't attack, we'd be in such a good spot. Why is he not attacking with everything? Weird. He also could have spent mana with the Daring Mechanic. Very strange. Very, very strange. We might, maybe, possibly be able to pull this out. You're not wrong, Rionic. I fucked up big time. I think we'll be okay, though, honestly. We're going to play out the Packdoll Terror, start to drain life off every artifact we play. We got a pretty decent board. We are going to need to draw into removal for the Glidecar, because eventually that thing is just a huge flying threat that we can't stop. We're delaying the inevitable with things like Spike Shell Harrier. Yeah, I gotta remember that's not limited to sorcery speed, like the other card. Oh, Aether Jacket. That'll do it. Or we could just sack the Scrap Compactor right now. The problem is he's still got a lot of damage on me next turn. He can put a counter on the Lynx with the Daring Mechanic. We are very, 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 very close to stabilizing. I'm gonna be greedy. I'm gonna do it this way. Drain one. Pass the turn. He's going to have a big flyer. And we might have to throw our Hull Drifter in front of it. He could tap all of his creatures right now and make it a 6-power flyer. It's good to see you, E2. Thanks for popping by. You played 2 sealed events and only won 2 games over 7 matches. Fair. Winter's awesome. Winter is so good. Alright, doesn't want to tap the 3 creatures. Or I guess he did, right? And untapped that. He's also gonna saddle that dude. I mean, he's got 1 unknown card in his hand. Right? Better not be something that gives trample. All I got to say. +2/+2. He has the 3 mana, so I can't sack the diversion unit. It is what it is. Spike Shell Harrier again? I just want to kill the Glidecar so bad and I can't. It's crazy, man. But we gotta do what we gotta do. think we want to block with the diversion unit, do we? We have to at least hold up the threat of it. We're just too low. As much as I would love to swing in, just have to. See what else he has. Saddles the lynx. He can put one more counter on it, make it a 4/5. So we could block with the Harrier and the diversion unit. And unless he has another trick, we're still good. We kill the damn thing, right? We don't risk our Pact Altair. See what we can do. Ha! We got him. We traded our Harrier for it. Glide car. We're gonna kill the damn glide car. We're gonna kill it. We are going to kill it! No bullshit! But we're gonna do it at instant speed after you try to do stupid shit to it. Pass the turn. Do it. Do it, old maid. I underestimated it severely. I was like, it's small. It's like slow and small. Who cares? But no. Thing's nasty. Sure. And now we can start to stabilize. Thank you. Naughty football god. No cards. Do we risk it by swinging? Yeah, let's get our speed up. Next turn we get to drain 2 again when we drop the Aether Jacket. The Mustang's a mount. Gastal, another land. Shore. Aether Jacket. Drain 2. We don't even need to attack with that diversion unit because of that. No attacks. We just need to go up speed once more and these become 3/2 menace creatures. Which is way better for us. He's just going to start piling counters onto the Mustang. That's fine. We'll draw into removal, right? We got to. He can't give it flying. So we can do some chump blocking. If the Mustang's gone, it's over, man. Unless he draws something as good or better to replace it. So we might even want to throw like a couple extra cards. We'll play Gonti. Isn't it flying, right? We'll get greedy. Swing it in the air. Grab some cards from his deck. Go up to 4 speed. Our raiders become bigger. We can still sack the Aether Jacket to kill something if we want. Play the land. Create a 1/1 and also give something +1/+1 in lifelink. Huh. +1/+1 in lifelink. It's probably just really good on the Aether Jacket, huh? And then the treasure triggers the Packdoll Terrors, and we get to drain. I basically had to decide, like, what's more likely, that I need to use the diversion unit to stop a removal spell, or that I need to use the Aether Jacket to destroy an artifact. We pulled it out, man. He needed a way to stop our value that turn, and he knew it. He just couldn't. Our board was too big. He couldn't swing into it. We could draw so many cards off Gonti and mill him out in the process. And we had the lifelink on top of it. That was wild. That was nuts. Later, E2. I might have missed you popping out. I apologize. My head is in the game. I'm trying not to completely ignore anyone. So what decks are everybody most excited about? Thank you, Joe. Let's see. We only have blue. Feels kind of bad. But at the same time, if we draw just 1 black, our hand is sweet. And we can cycle this out to draw and still play the Aether Jacket on 3. I actually think we keep this. It might be wrong, but I actually think it's right. I think it's right. It's getting a little chilly in here. I might go get my hoodie momentarily. Just need to draw into that black mana. I think we do have to throw away the Shape Thief just to make sure we do it. Unless we top deck it here. Hey, look at that! We top decked it here. Never mind. We'll make a copy of the Packdoll Terror instead. Alright, we definitely need to Grim Bauble that End Rider Catalyzer. Instead of being greedy and playing like Aether Jacket or something. But man, would I love to save it for after we have 2 Packdoll Terrors out. Another Boost Buggy. Just gotta slow him down. Just gotta slow him down. Pass the turn. If we could just get out that Packdoll Terror, it stops the Boost Buggies in their tracks. Well, unless they exhaust it. Man, that card's really good. I think that's one of the better vehicles in the set, and it's not even a rare. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. So now our Packdoll Terror is not really enough to stop it. But I do think it's better to get out the Pactol Terror and let him swing in again. Even if we do go a bit lower on life, our last ride can become a relevant creature. And then we can do things like swing in with it, and then after swinging in with it, well, I guess, yeah, after swinging in with it, we could play artifacts that drain life off the Pactol Terror, as long as it's not enough to kill the last ride. We would get in for more damage with the last ride attacking with it first. Alright, so we're taking 8. And our last ride will be a 7/7. No blocks. It is what it is. You've got 3 treasures. Show me what you're going to do with it. Alright, we got 5 mana. Couple different things we could do here. I think this is our best bet. And it doesn't have haste. So I think we do swing for 3. And then we use the last ride to block. Yeah, I know. Technically we could have attacked for 7 before playing the Harrier. But I'd rather be defensive this turn and then try to leverage that next turn. I'm glad I did, because we might have been dead here. He's got 2 more mana left open. And we're only at 7 life. Plow through. Alright, he's going to get us to 3. And he's got 2 mana, he could pump it. Nope. We're at 3. Pass the turn. We're gonna flash in the Waxen Shape Thief. Catch him with his pants down. Let's see what you got. He would need to pump 3 if he wants to kill more than one thing. And he would need to pump 7 if he wants his boost buggy surviving. While also pumping up the toughness. Uh-oh. Why did he... Okay. But I mean... So we trade one of our creatures for his boost buggy and the other creature for his Fuel of Flames, basically. I'm kind of okay with that. Man, I would really like to attack with the Pactol Terror right now. Oh wait, I can just drain and get it that way. That works. I really, really, really don't want to lose my dudes. He's going to have to tap out or play a creature to crew it. If he plays a creature to crew it, though, we just block it with the Pact Altar. So yeah, I think he made a mistake. Unless he's got pump. I mean, we gotta block. If he's got pump, we could be dead if we don't block. Oh, he just puts the counter on it. I mean, it is what it is. Let's surveil. Make sure we find an answer. Those are some answers. Hi. Get rid of that speed, boy. Give me that speed, boy. End the turn. Now we're in good shape, man. Aether Jacket's swinging every turn. Hull Drifter's about to refill our hand. We're taking this game. Move to combat first, so that we can turn on the Raceway. And then we will Hull Drifter. Play a land. I don't want to sack my Aether Jacket, so I'm going to stall out the Veloheart Bike so that he can't get mana fixing from it in case he's got like a 5-drop in hand. Or 6-drop in hand. Got 3 cards, that ain't nothing. He's got an Afterburner Expert. And we got a land. Oof. Well, I guess we just gotta keep doing the thing. Keeping all of our block options open to the best of our ability. You can't saddle the Goda, or we just eat it with the Harrier. If he swings with the Expert, we probably just trade the Drifter for it, which I don't love, because if he uses an exhaust ability, I guess he could just do that right now, right? So we kind of have to do this, so that the exhaust ability won't do anything. It's not great. We just need to draw some gas. Migrating Ketradon. That is not the kind of gas I was referring to. Big ol' Reacher. We don't get to swing it in the air. We do get to make him discard a card. Broken Wings. Oh. Well, that's good. We could swing for 5 in the air, block the Ketradon. Oh no, the Ketradon has reach. If it didn't have reach, we could swing 5 in the air and then block the Ketradon with the AETHERDRIFT, or Aether Jacket, and then maybe have lethal next turn. Hey, what's up, Notra? Thank you so much for the raid, my friend. Welcome. We are drafting. We did a sealed earlier, and we went to 7 wins with it. It was a disgusting pool. We had 2 possession engines and 2 Vinwixits. It was wild. Just happened to go Demir again. We were Demir in that sealed, and we just happened to go Demir again. We're gonna pass with this draft. We're at 4-2 right now, so if we lose this one, we're out of it. He just played that Migrating Ketradon, and it's terrifying. I mean, don't have a lot we can do. We either trade with the Goda, or we swing with the Aether Jacket next turn and then sack it to kill the Veloheart bike. I actually think trading with the Goda might be better. I don't love it. We're flooding out. We are continuing to flood out. And it's probably going to be the reason that we lose this game. Bummer, bro. But we're doing the damn thing. Good to see you here, Mandarin. Can't attack. How many lands does he have? 6? Could you imagine if we only had 6 lands? And these other three and the one in our hand were all cards? Could you imagine how far ahead we would be? This motherfucker's literally only winning because we drew lands instead of things we could use. It didn't even have to be anything specific. Any 4 non-lands in the entire deck. Make that 5 in the entire deck, and we win. Easy. We win easy. But unfortunately, it was not in the cards. Quite literally. Oh well, what are you gonna do? Too much variance. They need to fix their game, friends. They do. Notrashid, what were you guys doing on your stream? Were you doing limited or brewing for standard, or what was the dealio? So we went 4-3. Seems fine. I think we got some new achievements to claim. Stylish Spellslinger. Play a game with 4 or more cosmetics equipped. I guess we just did that. And color masteries. Make an opponent discard the last card in their hand. Sure. Sacrifice a permanent you don't own. I love how that's a color mastery red, even though we didn't do it in red. Win a game with no cards in hand. We got the most achievements under red without playing red. It's kind of silly. Kind of silly. How many packs we got built up? 11. We gotta do another draft though. Yes, this is draft, Joe. They do need to fix their game. It's really not that hard. They just need to reel in the variance a little bit. They need to find ways to mitigate flood and screw just a little bit. and then the balance will fall right back into place. Bobo, you okay, buddy? You bought a box plus 10 more packs? Nice. Okay, here we go, Rionic. Drafty, McSchmafty. Going first is too good, so give the person on the draw a free mana that they can spend, a colorless mana that they could spend on any turn they want, just once, to even it out. Alright, here we go. Possession Engine. This has been my go-to. I got this in my pre-release pool and used it. I got it in my first sealed on Arena, 2 of them, and used them in the same deck. Yeah, we're gonna first pick it and take it to 7. You damn right. End Rider Spike Spitter. Oh, this is the one that when you reach max speed, it just feeds you cards every turn. That card's awesome. Optimizer's pretty good too. We're gonna take the Spike Spitter. We might be Is It, or we might pivot and leave one of these behind. But we're definitely just gonna take the best cards at this point. Spike Spitter's also one of those cards that can very easily be splashed if we go 3 colors, if we get enough fixing. Avatar Momo, Kenneth, Zeroic. God damn it, Nappa! And Drew Slip Hay. Drew's Lip? Drew's Lip Hay? Sabotage Strategist. Best limited card in the set. Gotta play anything with blue just so you can play this guy. I'm telling you. He's that good. We haven't even ever used his exhaust ability yet, and he's still been that good. We're doing it, damn it. We're doing it! And I don't want to hear another thing about it. Don't you call me a shithead. It's got so much evasion, though. So much evasion and so much card advantage. It's not good by itself. You need to pair it with another color that can fill in its flaws for sure. Give you hard removal, possibly give you some big creatures. But the stuff that it does give you, so good. I'm full of shit. Not full, just a little bit. Just a little shit. Just a little shit. My daughter gave me that damn thing. She thinks she's so funny. Slick Imitator is awesome. We'll probably grab that. Hour of Victory is really good too. An enchantment that gives you a creature token. You can sack it at max speed to search. It's basically a Case of the Stash Skeleton that's good in defensive decks, whereas Case is only good in offensive decks. But since we have the Spike Spitter, we kind of want to go with Start Your Engines. The Slick Imitator, I think, just makes all the sense in the world and keeps us in our colors. So we're going to take it. Let's see, Ether Siphon, not good enough. Flood the Engine's really good. When I first saw this card, I thought it was a little overcosted for what it did. But the more I've played with it, specifically in this format, the way it curves out with things, it's just really good. It's just really good. We also got a Blockbuster. Pothole Mole if we were in green. Flood the Engine's just great. We're going to take it. Siphon could be really good, but you have to be like very tilted in the direction of that kind of deck specifically. I really love the Packdoll Terror. Tempted just to grab it, but I shouldn't. We'll take the Guidelight Optimizer, I think. Actually, we don't even have really any artifacts other than Possession Engine yet, right? The other Flood the Engine might be good. Let's diversify, though, because it could be a situation where we get a little deeper in and we have plenty of Flood the Engines, and we wish we had a better 2-drop. So let's grab the 2-drop so we have one of those, and we already have one Flood the Engine. Full Throttle. There's also Howler's Heavy. I think either of those could be worth playing. We'll just take the Full Throttle. I don't know if we're actually going to run it in Limited. But we'll leave open the option. I actually like Skybox Ferry. But I think Prowcatcher Specialist is just better. Let's see. Gear Seeker Serpent. Stall Out. We'll take the Stall Out. Get some removal. So that's one Stall Out, one Flood the Engine for now. Guide Light Optimizer. That is a late Optimizer. I'll take it. Alright, we have 2 Optimizers. We want to go a little bit deeper into artifacts, I think. We've already got a Possession Engine we can use them for. I don't know if we're going to run it, but we'll grab the Skybox Ferry. We can play it out earlier with the Guide Light Optimizers, which is nice. It was 4-3 chunky. Blockbuster. Grim Javelineer. We could pivot out of red pretty easily. Keep in mind, we're definitely playing blue. But if we get some kind of really nasty... Really? This late? Packed Altair? Chandra Spark Hunter. Never mind. We are going Is It. Man, I wish I could take that Lightning Strike. And that Guide Light Optimizer. And that Flood the Engine. And I wouldn't even mind the Camera Launcher. And the other Spike Spitter. And the Trade the Helm and the Unstop. Can I just take this pack? And we just go to pack 3? Grease Wrench Goblin. Discard 2. Draw 2. Put a counter on it. Could be good. I think Prowcatcher Specialist might just be better. I mean, Bloodghast is sick, but it's black. I think we take the Grease Wrench. Oddly enough, we don't really have any cycling payoffs yet. Bounce Off's not awful. But I think the deck wants to be aggressive. We got Starcher Engines, we got Prowcatcher Specialist and Grease Wrench Goblin. Memory Guardian. Carrion Cruiser. Boosted Sloop. Boosted Sloop's probably just better. As much as I would want to take that. The Carrion Cruiser is really good too. But we're going to take the Boosted Sloop since we're in those colors. It's also another artifact we can play out with the Guide Light Optimizer. Even though it doesn't get out earlier with the Optimizer, it does get out saving us a little bit of mana for other things. Repurposing Bay. We could sacrifice a Boosted Sloop to find a 4-drop that we don't have. I think we just grab the Hull Drifter here. Thoughtcast! There's your special guest cards, Finn. Yeah, the Bay is unplayable unless you have a very specific build. I don't think it's strictly unplayable, but 99% of the time. I think you could build around it and make a pretty wild deck. I don't think we're deep enough on artifacts for Thoughtcaster to be worth it. Just take that Hull Drifter. Haunted Hellride is awesome. Makes me want to splash black. But I guess we just take the Crash and Burn. Get some removal. Another repurposing bay. I really want it for... You know what? I'm going to take this one. Just to rare draft it. We'll take the Nimble Thopterist. I guess we can use the optimizers to make mana for abilities too, right? Like Prowcatcher Specialist, Grease Wrench Goblin. So it's still good even if we don't get a lot of what we were originally thinking. Backwater, Keen Buccaneer. Draw a card, discard a card, put a counter on it. Discard a card to draw a card once each turn. Well, unfortunately, we don't have any of the payoffs. Because I think the cheaper guy is probably better. Another Guidelight Optimizer. Heck yeah. We need fixing. Yeah, it looks like we're kind of like Is It Exhaust in a way. Like everything is an artifact or exhaust. So it's not we're not super deep into either of them. But when you combine both of them together, we have plenty for the Guidelight Optimizer to use, I think. Bounce Off's nice. I like Aether Jacket way more, though. I just do. We're going to take two of them. I love that card. I think I like that card too much, to be honest. I don't think it's as good as I think it is. Unstoppable Plan. Roadside Blowout. Return a creature or vehicle an opponent controls to its owner's hand. Draw a card. That's insane. Another Prowcatcher Specialist we hope comes back to us. I'd like to take the Unstoppable Plan, but the problem is it doesn't do anything by itself, right? If you're behind and you draw this, it's bad. It's only good if you're winning and you're able to keep swinging in with your creatures every turn, because then you also get to untap them and use them as blockers. Or if you have enough crazy artifacts you can untap as well to get value off of them every turn. But it's just too situational, I think, for limited. River Pyre Verge? Oh no! Another Sabotage Strategist! I have to take it. And Outpace Oblivion. I'm not a big fan of the Guidelight Matrix. I don't think we have enough vehicles. We're probably not keeping the Skybox Ferries in here. Man, I want the Outpace Oblivion and the River Pyre Verge so bad. But the Strategist is just too good. He's just too good. So we have to take it. Siphon. Too slow, too unpredictable. I think we got to take the Night Market. I want to try the Siphon. I think you could build a deck with a few different Siphons and it could be crazy. But I think we need the fixing. As much as I'd like the Hull Drifter or the Stall Out or the Aether Jacket. We need to play it safe. Speaking of fixing, now we got a Swiftwater Cliffs. Although the Gilded Goda would be nice. How many 2-drop creatures do we have? Specialist, 3 Guidelight Optimizers, and a Slick Imitator. We have enough. So it's not the end of the world. We're gonna grab it. A third Sabotage Strategist? People do not respect the Strategist, guys. They have no respect. Unbelievable. Best limited card in the set. Well, if you don't count rares. You know, things that aren't going to pop up very often. But out of all the commons and uncommons... Hey, what's up, Hillbilly? Welcome to the stream, my friend. It is easy to kill, though. Yeah, maybe. I mean, everything's easy to kill. Right? Pit Automaton. Pit Automaton could be gross. But it's also kind of risky, I feel. Howler's Heavy isn't that much better. Screw it. Try it. Well, every time we've played it so far, it's been nuts. Pedal to the Metal. Or Bounce Off. It's actually kind of a hard choice. First Strike's really good. You know what? I'm going to take the trick. Sky Streak Engineer is awesome. It should not be here this late. The Gunner's decent. But we'll take the Sky Strike. The Unstoppable Plan tabled. We'll take it for our collection. Do we want Keen Buccaneer or Clamorous Ironclad? I think the Buccaneer's just better. If we had had more cycling payoffs, that would probably be like the tiebreaker. Molt Tender that late? Who am I playing against? Who am I drafting with right now? That they are passing me this insanity. Flyers do win games, baby. Breach. Bombs, removal, evasion. Ease number 3, baby. Full Throttle. It's probably greedy. We'll dump it. Dump at least one of the Skybox Fairies. Halldrifter stays. Thopterist is great. Strategists are great. Chandra is great. Crash and Burn. Let me take my removal. Stick it over here. Flood the engine. Roadside Blowout. Sort of. I don't think we use 2 Keen Buccaneers. We might play one. But I highly doubt we're playing 2. Stallouts. We got a trick. Alright, how many good vehicles do we have for Chandra? We got Halldrifter, Possession Engine, the ones that she makes, and the Boosted Sloop, and like maybe the Skybox Ferry. We haven't really decided if we're going to keep one. Honestly, we probably don't. Probably don't keep a Buccaneer either. Let's see. Any exhaust abilities we really want to double. I mean, the Sky Streak Engineer one is pretty good, but 7 mana is a lot. Sabotage Strategist, but 9 mana is a lot. But I mean, just using the Pit Automaton's mana to activate a Sabotage Strategist's exhaust ability when you only have 5 lands instead of 7 seems really good. Maybe I'm wrong, but to me that seems really good. I'm almost wondering if maybe we want to drop some of the aggressive plays. Like the Grease Wrench Goblin and the Prow Catcher Specialist. Because everything else feels like it just holds off until we get like a big flyer down. Right? Like, I don't think the deck is just like smashing in and killing quick. So I actually think we get rid of the aggressive plays and we try to play more of a control build that wins with flyers in the end. So the 0-4 butts, the 1-3s, and then we do have the optimizers, but those ramp us into playing early possession engines or hull drifters. Do we keep all of the removal? Sack a creature or vehicle, destroy an artifact. It's nice versatility to have. It's really nice versatility to have. I think since we're not playing as aggressive, the pedal to the metal might not be as good. So we can probably dump that. I'd like to keep one of the Skybox Ferries. Having a Pit Automaton and 3 Guidelight Optimizers means, like, these strategists are coming online with their exhaust ability as huge flying vigilance creatures so quick. Which I love. We also have free mana to use on Aether Jacket's ability if we want. Keen Buccaneer might be a card that we cut. I like it, but it's not as good as everything else we have. Keep all the removal. Keep the things that help us survive. So we gotta cut one more card. Normally I would say probably a 4-drop. But all of our 4-drops are too good. We're not cutting removal. We're not cutting card advantage that helps us lock down the board even further, especially from flyers. We're not cutting the Chandra. We're not cutting any of our sabotage strategists, so it would be the Nimble Thopterist if we cut something. And I just think that card is great. 2 bodies for 1 card. One of them flies. One of them's also an artifact. It would be that or that. Or one of these. These are our options for cuts. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? So I could see it going a lot of different ways. I think the worst card here is the Skybox Ferry. If we cut it, do we have enough artifacts and vehicles to take advantage of our other stuff? 1, 2, 3 vehicles. But the only synergy that we're worried about getting out of our vehicles is Chandra getting to crew them for free. Which she can just do for her tokens if we need to. Granted, only on the attack. That's another thing that's worth noting. Chandra is only good synergy with our vehicles if we're being aggressive with them. If we're attacking with them. Because she's not going to be able to crew them for free if we're blocking with them. Oh, my music ended? Kaboomba. But if we have a Guidelight Optimizer out, we can play the Skybox Fairy for the same amount of mana it costs us to play the Thopterist. Part of me thinks maybe we cut one of the Optimizers. Two might be a lot. Two might be unnecessary. And then we get to keep the Ferry, which capitalizes off the Optimizers and the Pit Automaton. Well, it doesn't capitalize on the Pit Automaton. Just the Optimizers. And the Chandra as well. Keeping the Ferry makes the Optimizers better. Keeping the Optimizer but getting rid of the Ferry makes the Optimizers worse. So having a little bit of each and making each other better is probably better than going all the way with one or the other. That's my thought process right now. That being said, there's no fucking way we run a second one. Second one would be greedy. Although we can cycle them. Also, that Prow Catcher Specialist might be worth running. Even if we aren't being super aggressive. Just a 2-1 that turns into a 4-3. Crew 2, Crew 3, Crew 3, Crew 1. We're probably okay. Stronder can spit out a 3-2 that we can crew in order to tap and crew a crew 3 thing, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, I think this is what we do. Yes I have, Hillbilly, yes I have. It's good times. It's launch day. We always do a big marathon stream on launch day. That being said, I am going to take a very quick break, go to the bathroom, make sure the dogs have what they need. I don't think the dogs need much though, so I don't expect it to be that long. Doctor said everything was good when you had your procedure on the 5th. Hell yes! I told you! I told you! I knew it! I knew everything was going to be good. I told you, just stay positive, hold out the hope. Gotta be responsible, Ancestor. That being said, normally when I take a break, I'm gone longer than I say I'm gonna be gone. And Finn gives me shit for it. I don't think that'll be the case this time. Because I took care of the dogs just a couple hours ago. They probably don't need anything. But since I do have to go to the bathroom, I'll check, you know? And I'll be back in 5 minutes or less. I did tell you, Hillbilly, and I'm stoked for you. So, I'll be back in just a few, guys. Let's get some, if anybody's in Twitch, let's get some celebration in the chat for Hillbilly. Because, damn it, I'm happy for him. Those who don't know, He had a big worry that he's been going through. Physically. Health stuff. And everything went well. Just like I knew it would. Hell yeah, my friend. I'll be right back.
Let's rock!
Welcome once again, my fellow manipulators of digital fate. I'm Richie, this is Capricorn. I'm alive, I'm breathing, I'm here, and I'm streaming, and we're doing the damn thing. Ancestor, thank you so much for following on Twitch. Good times. Let's jump back in, baby. Hey! No! Stop it. You do not pee inside the house. See what I have to deal with? Give me a minute. It's gonna be a minute. Fuck. My game started. God damn it. God damn it all to hell. Is this keepable? It is keepable. Welcome to my life. I want to die. I don't actually. Probably want to be able to block that though. Right? God, it smells so bad in here now. I guess we gotta just do this. So we can block the slick imitator and prevent the speed from going up. I think that's important. Let's see, we can use that on abilities only. I guess we probably want the spike spitter, huh? We have start our engines. Everybody that starts your engines. Let's do it. Nimble Thopterist. How nimble is the Thopterist? We need some speed. We need some maximum speed here. How do we do it? I don't think we can do it. I mean, we could maybe attack with the Spike Spitter. But I feel like if we do, we just end up trading him for the Thopterist. He blocks with the Imitator and the Thopterist, right? Yeah, I don't think we can do that. I don't think we can do that. Unfortunately. Just gotta hold off for now. A little bit flooded. Only 4 cards and 7 lands. Luckily, we're putting those 4 cards to good use. But still. I mean, we'll just do this. That's fine. We have more than enough mana. Give it trample. That's fine. Still dead. You go up to speed too, but your only relevant creature is pretty much dead. Chandra.
Revs my engines faster.
Sack an artifact. Discard a card, draw a card.
Ooh, check out these wheels.
Alright, we're gonna swing in. And we get to take up our speed. Nice. We'll just do that every turn. Green belt can become, what, a 5/5? And can get trample. But it would cost him all of his mana. We make him spend his mana and he still doesn't kill our Chandra. I think that's smart. We just lose our Pit Automaton instead. And you lose all of your mana, bro.
That all you got?
That seems fine. Bounce. The Greenbelt Guardian seems good. Draw a card. Sabotage Strategist. Now we're talking.
Rev 'em up.
See if we can trick him into blocking.
Keep up.
Nope, we get through, go up to 3 speed. We're 1 away from turning on our engines. Our draw engine. Now we're in a good shape. We've got 1 vehicle left behind we can crew and block with if we want. Everything that attacks gets -1 attack. He's in Simic, which is the worst colors for removal, so we're not completely safe, but The post office is holding them hostage? That sucks, Hillbilly. Oh, he's just gonna quit. He's just gonna quit. Alright. Apparently the dog needs to go out, and I was wrong. So, I'm gonna take care of that really quick. I will be right back. Happy dogs means a happy family. They did the pee-pee, they did the poo-poo, they did the drink. No more. It's all taken care of. Welcome once again, my fellow manipulators of digital fate. I'm Richie, this is Capricorn. I am alive and breathing here and streaming all the things. All the things that I say, I'm all those things. We are 1-0. Let's get back into it. We're the Rocketeers. You can be one too. 'Cause rockin' our magic is the thing to do. Starting our engines is not the way. Hear what Rocketeers have to say. The power is yours. We're gonna keep this. It's a little bit slow. We don't really have something we want to play until turn 3. We don't really want to use stall out on their 2-drop probably. That's alright. We're on the play. So they'll only get a chance to play a 2-drop by the time we play our 3-drop, which I guess isn't the worst ever. I think we have enough lands that we probably just want to cycle the night market. Pass the turn. The power is yours. Stupid Rocketeer boost buggy. You stupid Rocketeer boost buggy. You buggy booster. You booster buggy. Alright, so here's what we do. Here's my plan. We have two choices. We can get the sloop out so that we can attack with it next turn after we drop the Aether Jacket to crew it. Which is nice. We'd be able to dump one of our extra lands. Or we play out the Aether Jacket. Now he's forced to exhaust his boost buggy in order to attack past our Aether Jacket. And then we can stall it out the turn after that to slow him way down. I think we do it this way. This gives us the potential to use the Aether Jacket's ability and play the stall out and just completely get rid of his whole board if we need to. We don't really want to. We want to hold on to the Aether Jacket if we can. But we will if we have to. Rocketeer boost buggy. Yeah, he did exactly what we thought he would. He did exactly what we thought he would. And as much as I would love to get out the boosted sloop first, we're going to lock it down before he makes more treasures. Anybody still with me? Who's hanging? Who's hanging in the chat? Quiet folk. Lurking. I know you're there. Alright, Catalyzer, Paragon. Damn, man. We really need... I mean, if we play the boosted sloop, we can at least block the Paragon, except he'll then exhaust it, and that will be bad. So no matter what, we're kind of in a bad spot. I think we have to cycle this. We just flooded out too much. We have no cards, man. We have no cards to play with. 3 cards the whole game, bro. We'll stall out this guy now. It's like, what else are we gonna do? And then we probably have to trade with the Catalyzer if he swings in. Maybe not. Maybe it's better to just let it swing in, crack back, only do 1 damage less than he's doing to us, and then sack the Aether Jacket to kill his Boost Buggy, since it's going to be untapping soon. Velocitor. Whenever it saddles a mount or cruise a vehicle during your main phase, that mount or vehicle gets +2/+0 and trample. I mean, technically he could still crew the Boost Buggy just to give it +2/+0 and trample. But I mean, that's pretty good, right? And we drew more land because of course we did. Because of course we did. We're going to play the Boosted Sloop. We're going to attack with the Aether Jacket. At least it triggers off of attacks and not off of it attacking, which is huge. And we are 1 mana short of actually playing the Crash and Burn, which is kind of a bummer. We could kill that damn Velocitor. Life would be good. I don't really want to block with the Boosted Sloop yet, because I'd like to get 1 more attack in and get rid of this mountain, since we don't need it. I think in order to make sure we can catch up, because we flooded way too hard, we just have to take the damage. It's 1 more business spell that we would have that we have to give up if we block this turn. Dude, what is going on? 7, 8, 9, 10 lands. Six non-lands. One, two, three, four, 5, 6. I mean, he has enough mana to play anything from his hand, right? Like, we do not have to worry about getting rid of the Ovia. Right? I don't think so. If so, we'd have to get rid of it now before it loses summoning sickness, and he can just use the ability. I guess the one problem could be, like, he could have 2 expensive things in his hand and play them both out in the same turn and go way ahead on tempo, which would be kind of terrifying. We're taking 2, 5. Destroy a vehicle. What are you putting into play? Oh no. Oh no. You go to 1? Still not enough to kill us though. It's actually not that bad. I mean, it's still bad. But it's not that bad. 4, 5, 6. This guy's a problem. 5 power trample. Problem is he still has his exhaust abilities to give double strike. I think we're dead no matter what. If we could use the Aether Jacket's ability to nuke the burner rocket at instant speed, I think we'd actually be okay. But we can't. And everything has small butts. So we lose 1 toughness to take out 5 power. I think that's better than playing an optimizer. So we lose out on 2 toughness. We won't have this creature, and we won't play the optimizer. We'll have 5 toughness, which will almost be perfect unless he attacks with Ovia. But except he's gonna exhaust the Paragon. So yeah, we're dead no matter what. We just didn't draw the right cards. Unfortunately. We needed to get rid of Ovia's Trample instead of killing the burner rocket. And we just couldn't. Hey, what's up, Drew? Isn't looking pretty wild. I'm not liking it as much as I liked Demir the first go around, but it's still pretty wild. Yeah, we just can't get there, unfortunately, because of Ovia. It's over. Demir feels really good to me in this set, and I feel like nobody likes it. Nobody likes blue, I feel like, in this limited, and it's just super good. It's just super good. I don't understand it. I think the problem is blue is very much more so than normal. I think in this set, blue is more value and getting more bang for your buck out of your cards in the long term. And less about just trying to out-tempo your opponent and win quick. We keep this, but it is an expensive hand, so it's worrisome. That being said, one more land, literally any land, which we just got, and we can play the Strategist, the Chandra Spark Hunter, and the End Rider Spike Spitter. Hello. We might just cycle away the Skybox Fairy. As awesome as it would be with Chandra, we need something we can play on turn 3. I don't think we can risk just not playing something. So we need to draw 2 instead of 1 and make sure that we have something to play. Dude, what the fuck? This is the second game in a row where we're just flooding out like crazy. I mean, it's not awful for what we have in our hand. We're going to be able to play our Hull Drifter no problem, draw a bunch of cards. But it would have been nice to play something before turn 4. We definitely don't want to play Chandra right away because it can't protect itself. I wish the static ability triggered at the beginning of combat on every turn, not just your turn. Chandra would be so much better if she could protect herself with her vehicles. Although she'd probably be too good at that point. I don't think she'd be too good. I think she'd be way better than she is, and she'd be something that people were trying desperately to build around. Dude, what is with all of this? That thing's huge. We just have to try and reduce the damage that's coming in. This will only swing for 2. This will only swing for 1. This will only swing for 3. Basically prevent 3 damage. In fact, we could do this probably. Yeah. We prevent 4 damage. It's pretty good. I'll take it. 5 total mana. What do we play? The big reach thing, probably? I don't think we flood the engine yet. Let's just play that. And we'll swing in the air. Take up the speed, too. My first Emir experience was with Guilds of Ravnica in Disinformation Campaign. Yeah, that was super fun. Ancestor had an awesome Selesnya draft. Really big bombs starting at 5 and 3 mana creatures that give you lands. Hell yeah. Grixis, Dimir, Esper. Good color combos for sure. He gets to kill our thing. But once again, we'll nerf his attacks to a certain extent. So it's not the end of the world. No blocks, we'll go to 8. It is what it is. We need to draw 3 drops so we can play Flood the Engine and something else and actually come back. Possession Engine. I mean, it's kind of close. Next turn, we can exhaust the Sabotage Strategist. On the one hand, we could take the Jockey so that we can use the Possession Engine as a blocker this turn. But on the other hand, we could take the Cloudspire Captain, nerf the power of his Gilded Goda and his Spot Cycle Scouter. I think we just have to take the Adrenaline Jockey. We can't take more damage by not having good blocker. We gotta take the chance. Oh, he's gonna crew with it. You bastard. You bastard. If we can just survive, I think we come back here. I think we have enough value, but I don't think we can survive. I think he's got us this turn. Remember, he can do an extra 2 damage with the Outpace Oblivion. Which means we can't take 6 here. We can only take 5 here. Which means, unfortunately, we have to block and lose our most important card. That sucks. Because if we could have turned on the exhaust ability for that, it would have been nuts. But Outpace Oblivion was going to kill us, so we had to do what we had to do. Alright, we need to deal with all 3. Which means we need to draw something we can cast alongside Flood the Engine. Well, now we need to deal with all 4. Oh no, he's just doing that. Oh wait. Yeah, we're dead. We're totally dead. There's no fucking way. We were so close, too. We were so close. We just flooded out way too much. We had way too many land. We had like 2/3 land in the first 4 turns of the game. Bananas. Yeah, I'm really liking it in Limited, to be honest. I'm not liking Arena's fucking algorithms, though. They cheat you out of shit all the time. They need to find a way to rein in the variance in this game. They just do. They're going to lose players hand over fist because it's getting so bad. And the problem isn't that the variance is getting worse. The problem is that the penalty for bad variance is getting worse. And I've talked about this before on some of my Twitch streams. But back in the day when the power level of each card and each turn wasn't insanely powerful, like whiffing a turn because of like Mana Screw or Mana Flood wasn't that big of a deal, because what everybody was doing in a turn was nowhere near as much as what you can do in a turn today. So the problem is, as power creep keeps piling on more and more value onto every card, onto every turn, it's like the value of a single turn is so much that now if you flood or screw just one turn and you can't do anything because you don't have any spells to cast because you have all lands, or you don't have enough mana to cast your spells, and it's basically like giving your opponent a free time walk, that time walk is worth like 3 turns of original Magic. Like, one turn today is worth like as much as 3 turns when the game first came out. It's just like, it swings the game so much that you almost can't come back. We will keep this. So it's not that the variance has changed and that there's more variance than there used to be, but the problem is the variance is so much more swingy when it happens. And it feels so bad, and it makes players not want to play the game. And that's not good. So they need to rein it in. Like, in a perfect world, they would just bring back the power level of things, so that variance was tolerable again. But there's no way that can ever happen. If you make a set that's worse than all of the current sets, no one's going to buy it. So they back themselves into a corner with power creep. They can maybe very, very slowly walk it back over time, but it's going to take a long time. Like 5 years. Incremental little bits each set. And frankly, I don't think anyone at Wizards is smart enough to do that. Alright. Sabotage, Strategist, Sabotage, Strategist, and Rider Spike Spitter. Reduce their attack by 2 when 2 are out. Let's go. Yeah, the power level is just too insane. So, I think the only way they can really fix things is just to decrease the amount of variance in the game. And there are only very marginal ways you can really do that. Which is kind of a bummer. I think we want to get our speed up to start getting cards off this. As greedy as I am and want to just get 2 of these strategists down as soon as possible. If we run out of gas before he does, and he's got really powerful plays, the strategists might not even be relevant. So the sooner we start our engines and get to max speed so that we can start getting card advantage off the Spike Spitter, the better. Not to mention the fact that he might have removal for the Spike Spitter, so we need to be able to draw cards off of that before he gets removal for it. Alright, 1 land away from exhausting our strategists. We've got a Thopterus in hand if we need to keep going wide. We're in pretty good position. Pactol Terror is pretty good though. He can just slowly drain us out over time with that and the Engine Rat. We get double triggers though, bro. Thank you. Oops, indeed. Oops, indeed. Swing with Vigilance. Next to blockers. No blockers. Alright. We'll exhaust one. And we've got lethal next turn in the air. 10 in the air. We've also got max speed, so if he doesn't kill our Spike Spitter, we start getting card advantage every turn. And he knows it. I mean, there's no reason to risk anything. He can't kill us this turn. Why throw our win conditions that we're going to win with next turn in front of them, right? Smash for 10, and we gotcha! We gotcha. We gotcha, donk. You've been out donked. So fresh and so clean. Two and two. We're gonna get to 4 and 2 at least. We got to. We got to. We have got to. Well, slow hand is slow. But we have both of our colors. I don't think it's bad enough to throw back. We're going to have to keep it. But I'm a little worried. We need to draw a land. And then we need to draw another land. Realistically. I mean, we can use the stall out to, pardon the pun, stall them out. But I don't think we want to. I think we cycle the Skybox Ferry. And try to find a third land to play the Ether Jacket. Or maybe another 3-drop and a third land. Or at least a 2-drop. I mean, depending on how things go, we might stall out next turn. Wait, why is it... Oh, it'll let me cycle it. I was like, why is it going to let me cast stall out? It's a sorcery. Alright. We will cycle the Skybox Ferry. God damn, man. At least we have a 2-drop that's relevant. Cycling was definitely correct if we were that far away from our third land. So, I'm glad I did it. We can hold the small guys off with the Slick Imitator. If you play something big, we can stall it out. Should be able to survive long enough to pull this game around. Should. Should. As much as I would love to tick up my speed, you're ahead of me on that, and I gotta prevent you from doing it. There's our land. There it is. Destroy an artifact an opponent controls. Not worth it. I think we just get out the Aether Jacket. We can swing in with it every turn with Vigilance. Just start ticking down and getting our speed up. They'll probably kill it. He's got 4 mana open. He's got all of his colors. Yeah. But at least we make him use his removal. It's not the worst ever. If we can draw another land and get that Sabotage Strategist out, I'm a happy boy. No dice. I really don't want to sack anything yet. But we could take out his Aether Jacket. We could also flood the engines, the Aether Jacket. Those are all kinda good. I'm a little wary using Flood the Engines, but if we get one more land, we have access to Crash and Burn, so it's not like we're completely out of removal. The Harrier is pretty good. He gets to tick up his speed. That's just an insane tempo play. Granted, he has flooded out, so... Let's see, do we kill the Harrier? Or do we play the Sabotage Strategist? And then only take 5 when he attacks? If we play the Sabotage Strategist, we prevent 3 damage. And get a dude out that can start doing stuff. If we play the Crash and Burn, we prevent 4 damage. So we prevent 1 extra damage, but also the body's gone forever. I think it's worth it to take 1 more damage to get the Strategist into play. And have it there, and then pile on the Crash and Burn after. Unless he's got removal, of course, and that's a problem. We're not blocking the Surveyor or the Harrier. He's getting through for 5. The question is he dumb enough to attack with the Nesting Bot? No blocks. Interface Ace. That's not going to do a lot for him yet. Alright. We can play one thing. I think we Crash and Burn. To get rid of the Spike Shell Harrier, I think that's just the best play. And we do it at instant speed. Just in case something worse comes down. Kill that thing. We have all the card advantage in the world, so we just need to stay alive. He's got nothing to use the Pit Automaton on. We could steal the Pit Automaton, and then next turn we get to use it to exhaust our Sabotage Strategist. I mean, it does mean we don't take away certain other things that might be better. We could also just play the Aether Jacket and the Slick Imitator and not commit to one yet. I think that might be better. Just because of his board state. I mean, if we get a little bit lucky and top deck a land next turn, we can swing in the air with Vigilance for 4, get to speed 4, sacrifice our Slick Imitator to copy our Possession Engine, play 2 Possession Engines. We did not get that lucky. We will swing in the air. Part of me wants to cast Hull Drifter, part of me wants to cast Possession Engine. But we got to keep in mind, as soon as we get another land, we can sack our Slick Imitator to get a copy of either of those. So what do we save to make a copy? I think if we Hull Drifter, we draw into the land we need. And we also, since he's out of gas, probably don't need all that many cards. So it's probably better to double the Possession Engine than the Hull Drifter. So that's what I'm thinking. I think we play the Hull Drifter when we don't have the extra mana to copy. We draw our cards. We hopefully draw into a land. Even if it wasn't off of that, you know, for our draw next turn. And then let's see, does he have a mount or a robot? Or a mount or a vehicle? I don't think so. So the daring mechanic's not going to do a whole lot. There's our land. Here's where we get super nutty. So, full control, Possession Engine, copy you, copy you. Man, Slick Imitator is insane. He scoops to it. He scoops to double Possession Engine. Let's go. Let me double check Untapped. I didn't realize it wasn't working. Give me just a second. Should be on. Yeah, it says it's on. Oh, it says update available. Here we go. While it's updating, I'm gonna go grab some coffee. Alright. We back. Should be good now, I would think. I'm going to, I'm gonna close Arena really quick and reboot it just in case. But even with the update, it might not be. Sometimes on launch day, it's not ready yet. So I don't know for sure if it's gonna show all the cards when you hover. But we'll do everything we can to make sure it's functional on our end. And then it's in Untapped's hands. Let's bomb over. Bompity bomb. Yo, Orange, what's up, my dude? It's been forever. How are you? Welcome to NASCAR. I need you in my life, Orange. It's been too long. E2D2 popped by early and was like, yo, does Orange ever come around? And we haven't seen him in like a year. You just got a new truck? Good. Does that mean we can hang out? My New Year's resolution has been to reconnect with people and spend more time with people. Please, God, hang out with me. Bring the kiddo. We can go do stuff with my kiddo and your kiddo and shit. We can have, like, tabletop game nights and all sorts of dumb shit. Let's hang out. I also got this Wonders of the First game that I'm a content creator for. It's my sponsored content, and I need more partners to play that with. I'm already going to play it with Josh. He's going to learn how to play so we can film games together, but I would like to teach you that so you can come be on my videos. I'm just sick of losing to Jess. All the time. Yeah, I feel you, Orange. We got a new car, too. We had car problems recently. And Jess got not a brand new car, but a 2020 with only like 50,000 miles on it. So we're in really good shape. Alright, we're going to keep 7. Do we play the Engineer first or the Pit Automaton? Well, I guess if it depends on if we have abilities to use the Pit Automaton on. I think it's probably better to get the Engineer out. But it's worth noting that with only 3 lands, we can use the Pit Automaton to exhaust the Skystreak Engineer. Fish Pirate. Not an artifact, but a fish pirate. Well, neither of these can help us kill it. Let's just play out the Pit Automaton and pass. Hold this up as a blocker. I highly doubt he can discard 2 things in the same turn to bump this up. How badly do we want to swing him with the Skystreak Engineer right now? I mean, if he doesn't block it, we're doing the same amount of damage to him as he does back to us. So, yeah, we'll get on the offensive. Alright, he does 1 more damage. I guess 2, because he gets to put a counter from drawing and discarding. That's actually pretty good. So, we just need to take those out. ASAP. Then whips it. Attacks. Surprised he attacked with both. Oh, he's got Vigilance. That's what it is. Not bad. We've got Crash and Burn, but we need another mana to make it work. And he doesn't have any artifacts to kill, so none of our stuff really does a lot. I guess we just play the Aether Jacket. But we're not going to attack with the Engineer. We're going to make him second guess attacking himself, because he's going to need to discard multiple things in order to get through our blockers. Alright, we'll just play another Aether Jacket. Dude, when we get a fourth land, all hell is going to break loose. All hell is going to break loose. Mandarin is Timu Orange. I just noticed that. Oh, God. We're going to go blue. And, still can't really do much, can we? Is it worth it to just play the Blockbuster? Or to hold on to it as potential artifact removal? That's a really hard decision. I think we hold on to it. Oh, he's got his second color. Elvish Refueler. Did they fix it? I think they fixed the glitch. There was a glitch earlier where if your opponent had an Elvish Refueler out and hadn't activated an exhaust ability on their turn yet, you could activate all of your exhaust abilities an infinite number of times. However much mana you had. You could activate them as though they weren't exhaust abilities, as though they were just normal activated abilities. Which is kind of wild. I think we bounce the Sky Ray and we smash Diddly Ash. Alternatively, we could play the Spike Spitter. I like this better because we might draw a land. And he's got no reach. Swing, swing, swing. That's 7. We could maybe, just maybe, have lethal next turn. If he doesn't have a blocker, we Chandra Spark Hunter, make a 3/2 vehicle, and then it crews automatically. Oh, he's got Hazard of the Dunes. We'll kill that with Crash and Burn. So that we can swing in. Yeah, I don't think we block anything, we just race. He'll probably swing with the Buccaneer, no reason not to. Unless he's just scared because we have 2 mana up. We'll let it through this time. We might not next turn, because that would put him at max speed, which would be very bad. Very, very bad. got Skybox Ferry. Doesn't leave us a whole lot. If we Hull Drifter, draw land, still can't do a whole lot, can we? I mean, we have to crash and burn. We have to kill the hazard. We have to. And then smash for 7 again. Which means we have lethal next turn. It's worth noting we can actually cycle the Skybox Ferry with the mana from the Pit Automaton, since technically cycling is an ability, even though it's not in play, which is actually really cool. Plays the Sky Ray, which technically stops us from having lethal next turn. Draws, discards, gets a counter again. And he could put another counter on the Elvish Refueler too if he wanted to. I mean, we gotta just take the 5, right? It puts him at max speed, but I guess he gets to draw a ton of cards. So let's not let him draw a ton of cards. Let's see. 6 mana. Chandra's not doing a whole lot for us. Not doing a whole lot for us. We drew a land and a 2-drop off the Hull Drifter. We could do stuff. I guess we attack. He has to block the Skystreak Engineer with the Scrounging Sky Ray. And he'll use the Buccaneer's ability, right? There it is. Broken Wings. Ouch. That's a blowout. I did not see that coming at all. I thought for sure if he had removal for that guy, he would have already used it. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. He's got 11 damage. So we need to stop as much damage as possible. Damn it, man. This is hard. This is really hard. I'm not sure what to do. I guess if we make a vehicle with Chandra, we can block with it, throw it in front of the big thing. That's better than any of our other options. But we could also draw cards with Hull Drifter. The problem is if we don't have a way to crew the Hull Drifter, we don't have enough power right now. The only other option would be play a Spike Spitter. Like, no matter what, we're throwing one creature down and throwing it in front of something. So I think this is just the best.
My team's got me covered.
If he takes his eye off the ball and tries to attack Chandra, that's good for us. It gives us time to get the rest of our value going. We're so close to killing him in the air. Oh no. Possession Engine. Well, we at least get to crew. So it's not completely the end of the world. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we could play our Spike Spitter and our Blockbuster next turn. Doesn't want to attack with the Refueler. Is scared. Alright, so we make a vehicle with Chandra, we sack it to the Blockbuster to kill the Possession Engine. Oh, and we have our own Possession Engine. But we don't have enough mana to do all of those things. So I don't think we Possession Engine yet. We need more than that. So, we'll Blockbuster. Kill the Possession Engine. Get back our Aether Jacket. Play a Spike Spitter. Pass the turn. Now he probably kills Chandra. But if he attacks with both of his flyers, we get to steal one. Actually, if he attacks with one of his flyers, it's game over, because we steal the one he doesn't attack with. And then he doesn't have a flying blocker. Oh wait, we won't be able to attack with it. Possession Engine when it steals something. It can't attack or block. Oh man. Oh man. We're gonna take 5 to keep our Blockbuster alive. We need to draw a 2-drop that's relevant. Like a piece of removal or something. We go to 6. Yeah, that's true. We can discard with Chandra. Sita. Oh god. We're dead next turn. Unless we pull it out this turn somehow. We just need a way to do one more point of damage in the air. We Possession Engine to steal it. We don't have the green to activate it. We've got Stall out. That's a lot. His whole board's gonna be pumped to high hell and just kill me. Tapping it down won't do anything. So no matter what, we have to steal it with Possession Engine. We don't have a choice. It's just over if we don't. If we stall out the Sky Ray, we get to swing in for 2 and put him at 1. And we are very, very much at risk. But we can block 2 creatures. We can use Seat of Varma alongside Aether Jacket to crew the Possession Engine and block if we need to. That makes it so he can't attack with his Veloheart Bike or his Refueler. Uses the Exhaust ability again. Gets a Thopter. Does it again. Oh, uses the Elvish Refueler's ability, so he's got 2 Thopters. That's rough. That is rough. And the problem is, if we lose our Possession Engine, he gets back Seat of Varma, and then he wins next turn. Right? So we can't block with the Possession Engine. Because we can't give him back the Seat of Varma. I wish we still had the Blockbuster in our hand so we could sack the Seat of Varma. Because we could double block the Buccaneer and kill it. But killing the Buccaneer is useless if we give him back the Seat of Varma. The only other option is just throwing something in front of it. So we'd throw the Gastel Blockbuster just in front of the Buccaneer to live another day. We have to win off of our top deck. So what's more likely to win off of our top deck? Kill his Buccaneer? Or have an extra creature in play? We have to win this turn somehow. And it's really, really hard with 2. Slick Imitator. 4, 5. I mean, theoretically, we can play both. See if we can draw something better. Nope. Three and 3. Just don't have enough. So the question is, like, do we sack the Aether Jacket to kill a Thopter, or do we play a Slick Imitator? I guess we play a Slick Imitator, right? It doesn't matter, it's over. We have to let the Thopters through and block everything else. I don't know if we can do that. Bandit, go ask Mom. Go ask Mama. Go ask Mama. District Mascot. Dude, I can't believe we got him to 1. Just couldn't pull it out. He had insane bombs. Just drawing double cards off Vinwixit. It's just too much. We fought the good fight though, man. We put up a hell of a fight against overwhelming odds. Like the fact that we managed to get him down to 1 is really impressive. It's really impressive. It's really impressive. Like, he had insane, overwhelming value. Let's count. Even with our hull driftering and our own card draw, he drew 8 more cards than us. 8. Like, could you imagine if we had 8 more cards? How easy we probably could have got in for that 1 point of damage. Bananas. This thing was nuts. This thing was a pain in the ass. This thing's a pain in the ass. This thing is just insanely terrifying late game when you have a lot of mana. And you have a big board. This thing really clenched it for him, man. If he didn't draw this damn Ranger's Ether Hive to get these flying tokens, we would have flown over and knocked him out. He would have had to sit back with his Seeker every turn, so he wouldn't have got through to get up to max speed. He wouldn't be drawing double cards with Vinwixit. He'd be sitting there, not being able to attack with his 1 flyer because we crack back for the win. It would have been a completely different game. But it is what it is. Advantage. Advantage. You act as though I didn't already know that, Finn. Well, we went 3-3 with that deck. Honestly, not that bad. I think the red was a little iffy. And we still managed to get 3 wins. Not awful. I do think we're probably going to end the stream there. I might get on for another one later on, depending on how my night goes. But I have some sponsored content I have to film. So let's crack. I know you're just teasing. Let's crack these packs. We've got 14 prize packs from our 6-win sealed. No, was it 7-win? 7-win sealed, 6-win draft, and then our 3-win draft, I believe. Yeah, absolutely, Ancestor. Like I said, I'm going to try to get back on. If I can finish recording my sponsored content early enough, I'll get back on. And even if I don't, I'll be on tomorrow for a pretty long stream. So we got a Basri, Thopter Fabricator, Sunbillow Verge, River Pyre Verge, Bleachbone Verge. We need the Verges, so I'm happy to get those. We're going to have to craft them if we don't get them. Waxen Shape Thief, Curse Cloth Wrappings, Mimeoplasm, and a wild card. Guardian Sunmare, Lumbering World Wagon, Fearless Swashbuckler, and a Coalstoke Hulk. Lumbering World Wagon, I think this card has the potential to be nuts in Mono Green Stompy and put Mono Green Stompy back on the map. Imagine Llanowar Elf turn 1. Play this turn 2, fetch a land. Turn 3 you have 5 mana. You can play whatever ridiculous 5-drop green creature you want. Immediately use it to crew. You swing, you fetch a 5th land, a 6th mana, and it's swinging as a 5/4. Even if they block and trade with it, you have a 5-drop out on turn 3 and 2 extra lands that you wouldn't have had otherwise, and force them to trade with your World Wagon. And then if you're playing, what's that green 2-drop that gets bigger for the number of forests you have? Because if that's your 2-drop for games where you don't have the God Hand and you don't have the Llanowar Elf, you drop that on 2. Like, this thing comes down and is ramping that up, making that bigger. What are you wondering about replacing an Overlord? Oh, you mean the green Overlord? It depends on the deck. Because the thing about the green Overlord is it gives you mana of any color. And it's also not pulling lands out of your deck. So, green Overlord's better when you don't want to have to run basics. And when you want to run multiple colors, I think. Well, I guess they're both can be whatever if you want to run multiple colors. World Wagon's better if you want to be ramping while smashing your opponent's face in. Because you don't have to choose, right? You're playing this onto with your Llanowar Elf like you would play any other 3-mana creature. That's just a good 3-mana creature, right? It's just that then on turn 3, you're playing a 5-drop creature and smashing in with a 5-power creature. Like any other 3-drop you would have played on turn 2 with help from Llanowar Elf is probably at most going to be swinging for 5 anyway on turn 3. World Wagon does that, but also make sure you leave behind a 5-drop that you're playing on turn 3 because of the mana you fetched. Or worst case scenario, if you don't have Llanowar Elf, you know, you're just 1 mana up the next turn. So, you know, you play like the 2-drop dude that gets bigger with forests, or whatever 2-drop if you're trying to go 5-color. Play this on 3, fetch a land. So turn 4 comes around, you still have 5 lands, so you're a turn behind, but you still play a 5 mana stompy creature a turn early on turn 4. Well, I guess you play this on 3. Yeah, if you didn't have the Llanowar Elf, you would have 5 mana on turn 4. You'd swing, fetch another one on turn 4. So this would swing. You'd be a day late. You'd be a turn late, but it'd be swinging as a 6/4. And you still got to play a 5-drop on turn 4 without Llanowar Elf. And ramped 2 lands still. So I think the decks that want this are the decks that don't want to slow down their aggression, don't want to slow down their pressure that they put on their opponent while still ramping up. So that's why I think that Mono Green Stompy is the perfect home for this. Because you get to play your huge creatures like you want to. You get to drop them more consistently because of fetching lands. But you don't have to slow down on how much power you're sending at their face every turn, like most fetch would. Yeah, Bill would be really good with it. Honestly, any of the landfall trigger stuff is going to be good. The Hydra, and then also, like that 2-drop that I said, you could go mono green. I think the mono green deck's going to be the best one for it. You could still play it. You know what you could do, actually? You could just splash a color for something really, really good in the mix, but still mostly be mono green. That could be cool too. But you gotta remember this fetches basics, and you have to worry about like when you don't have the god play, because right now I figure when you don't have Land of War Elf, your turn 2 should probably be that green guy that gets bigger based on how many forests you have. Because you play this on 3, fetch a forest, and he immediately is swinging as a 4/4. The 2-drop is. And then on the next turn, you've got on turn 4, you've got 5 mana without your elf. You play a 5-drop, crew the Lumbering World Wagon, swing with the Whirl Wagon and your 2-drop, fetch another land. You've got 6 lands in play, so the World Wagon swinging as a 6/4 and the 2-drop is swinging as a 6/6. That's on turn 4. So I just think those are really, really crazy lines. And they're lines that allow you to, like, just play a lot of really expensive stuff. Stuff that might be sort of out of contention right now because it just seems like, oh, it's just a little too expensive, right? It's not, we can't consistently, it's just not worth it. Like, so many decks are afraid to play 5-drops and 6-drops, you know, unless you are like the ramp deck. But I think mono green Stompy could start playing like some bigger creatures that seem at first like they're gonna just be a little too slow for the meta, but really through Land of War Elves and World Wagon, they aren't. Like, you could just do some crazy stuff. Yeah, it plays nice with Kona too. Anything you can tap to crew this. In fact, maybe that's the splash. Maybe we splash white for the Selesnya survivor guy that can fetch things. Because if you're ramping out your lands when you attack with it, and you're fetching dudes off the top of your deck when you're crewing with it, you're just gassing up in every way. You're finding the things you need to cast your guys, and you're finding your guys. That seems kind of bananas. The real trick is you have to kind of like build it around the failsafe. Like, what do your turns look like when you don't have Lumbering World Wagon? What do they look like when you don't have Land of War Elf on 1? And plan in a really good plan B. If you can have a good plan B that's still like an okay Stompy deck, like the best version Stompy could be prior to Foundations when we got Land of War Elves, and prior to this set where we got the World Wagon. But then on top of that, just make everything like amped up to 11 by having those lines in there, putting in your 4 Elves and your four World Wagons. I think that could be kind of nuts. So I think it's worth trying. I think mono green has a chance to be really strong because of that card. And obviously it could be used in multicolor ramp decks too. I just think it's more strong in decks where you want to keep pressure on the opponent while still ramping. So definitely want it in creature-based decks. You're definitely going to constantly need things to crew it with. So you don't want to play it in like go wide with a bunch of smaller creatures style decks, really, because it's going to cost you more cards to just get one crew out of it than it would if you were actually playing bigger creatures. So it's more efficient to play something like Stompy, where you have bigger creatures to crew it with, instead of having to play like 2 cards out of your hand and use them both to crew it. You can play one card out of your hand, use it to crew it, have a huge thing left behind if they waste their turn removing the World Wagon instead of it, and then still have another card left in your hand because you didn't have to play 2 cards in order to crew the thing. So yeah, I think it could be nuts. Let's see where we're at with our collection really quick before we call it a night. What is new? 1 Basri. 1 Guardian Sunmare. Are there any rares that we have multiples of already? 1 Curse Cloth Wrappings. 1 World Wagon. We got 2 Bleachbone Verges. 1 River Pyre Verge. 1 Swashbuckler. 1 Coalstoke Gearhulk. 2 Sunbillow Verges. So we have 4 Verges for Mardu. We might want to consider trying to build Mardu soon. Anything else we've got multiples of? I'm pretty sure blue's not in here, is it? Wax and Shape Thief, we have 2 of. Thopter Fabricator, we have 1 of. There's definitely plenty of decks I want to use Wax and Shape Thief with. We can copy Monument to Endurance, we can copy Simulacrum Synthesizer. You can copy all sorts of crazy shit with this. But a Mardu deck would be cool too, since we have 4 of the 8 Verges already. That being said, we're probably gonna have to build... We're probably gonna have to do more limited before we can get into more standard decks. Let's try... I want to try seeing... What are the best max speed payoffs? Far Fortune's too expensive. Mendicant Core is only good with artifacts. So probably Hazaret. Vinwixit. Hazaret and Vinwixit would be the best for burn decks, I think. Oh, we have 2 Vinwixits too. And I think we have 3 possession engines, actually. Hold on a second. Yeah, 2 Vinwixits, 3 possession engines, 2 Wax and Shape Thief. Two Sunbillow Verges, 2 Bleachbone Verges. Maybe we can build some kind of sacrifice deck with possession engine. I think it would be fun to steal their dude and sack it. And it's better than threaten because you have a vehicle left behind. You also have the potential of just like choosing not to sack it if you steal something with good activated abilities and stuff. So you get that extra little bit of value over threaten where you don't have to worry about only having it till end of turn. You just can't attack and block with it. I think there could be something fun there. We also have 2 repurposing bays because we're definitely going to build that deck. But I think Hazaret and Vinwixit. Samut's cool too, but he's like so expensive. burn deck with Hazoret at the top end would be really cool. If you could consistently start your engines on 1, just burn, 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 and then out of nowhere you're like, Hazoret swing for 5. Only problem is it doesn't have trample. So if they just have a chump blocker, they can just keep you from getting lethal, regardless of the indestructible and haste. And that's kind of a bummer. Although I guess instead of attacking with it in that situation, you just give one of your other creatures unblockable, get in for 2. But that costs an extra mana. I don't know if it's good enough. I feel like the burn deck just wins too quick for it to matter. Vin Wixit might be good in a burn deck though. I just really think max speed with burn would be nuts because you don't have to worry about blockers. It's one of the only, like, deal damage to your opponent abilities. The whole max speed thing. It's one of the only abilities like that that doesn't specifically stipulate having to do combat damage to the opponent to get value. It's like just if they lose life. So because of that, burn just gets strictly better at enabling it. If we had some kind of an is it burn deck that could start our engine super early, super consistently, and then just like drop Vin Wixit when we get to max speed, just gas up. I don't know. It might be too cute. A lot of the burn decks can just win without having to draw more cards, so it might be unnecessary. Yeah, we're thinking about that deck too. That's definitely going to be a deck, Ancestor. That one's going to be fun. We made during early access, the deck text on YouTube right now, we made a cycling self-discard control deck. So we use Crypt Caller, Chariot, and Monument to Endurance as our win conditions. Crypt Caller, Chariot, every time you discard a card, it makes a tapped 2/2 zombie. It also just happens to be a 5/5 menace you can crew for 2, which is nice. And Monument to Endurance, every time you discard a card, you either draw a card, create a treasure token, or make your opponent lose 3 life. You can only pick each of those once per turn, but you can do them once on your turn and once on your opponent's turn. So every turn cycle, you could draw 2 cards, make 2 treasures, and make your opponent lose 6. Or some combination. So we just played a control deck. Just kill everything. Just kill everything. Don't let your opponent keep a board until you can get later in the game to drop some of these payoffs and then start enabling them after you buy yourself breathing room and just use them to snowball and take over the game. That deck was super awesome. That one's up on YouTube right now. We started that deck by trying the pirate thing, like the is it thing. And the more I was playing that version of discard, the more I realized that like all the best payoffs make you slow down. They make you like not be as aggressive as you want to. Like you have to take a turn off to play Monument to Endurance, you know? Feels like you have to take a turn off to play like the really good 4-drop pirate. What's his name? At the top of the curve. Captain Howler. And I mean, these cards are things, sure, you could wait extra turns till you have extra mana so that you can like use them the turn you play them, but you can use things like Inti to trigger them for free. But it's a lot of hoops to jump through and it just slows you down a lot. And so the more I played that version of the deck, the more I started to realize like all the best payoffs for discarding are things that kind of work counter to being aggressive. And a lot of the early curve plays in the Is It version lean towards wanting you to be aggressive. So we pivoted and I started building, I think it ended up being a Mardu version, or it was either Mardu or Grixis. I think it was Grixis actually. But the blue was the splash. I think the blue was splashed for the 4-drop sweeper, where you draw 2, discard 2, and there was like a couple of other minor cards as well. But it was kind of like Rakdos Splash Blue. That's what it felt like, and that was rad. That was a good deck. Yeah, it's like you want to go as fast as possible, but at the same time, when you do, you build up a bunch of counters on your early guys from discarding, and then they just kill them. And then it's like, well, now what do I do? So it's like, without more of the payoffs, they're not good enough on their own. But all of the other good payoffs are things that want you to slow down. It's not like the old cycling deck. When cycling was in standard last time, we had Zenith Flare. So like, you would have creatures that get bigger every time you cycle, and you'd pop them out turn 1 or whatever, and you build them up, and you'd smash every turn, and you try to get there that way. But the thing is, if you didn't, you just play Zenith Flare. And like, they'd lose, you deal damage equal to the number of like cycling cards in your graveyard or whatever it is, and gain that much life. So whether you needed to just close out the game with it, you could do that. Or whether you needed to just buy yourself an extra turn or 2 with all the life gain, you could just pop it and not kill them, gain a bunch of life, get them closer, and have a couple extra turns to do what you need to do. But Zenith Flare made it so that you could just go completely ham, being aggressive. And if they completely devastate your board and you're out of gas, you just Zenith Flare. You don't really have that in this new version. Like, all of the things that can kind of give you the sort of value that Zenith Flare could require you to have something in play and then discard after it's in play. Which is still hard to do if you're facing down an opposing board that has more pressure than yours. So, it's tricky. Boss doesn't like Howler at all. I mean, that card's nuts, but it's got to be in just the right deck. It's got to, like, there basically is the Goblin deck. You play it in the Goblin deck. There's no room for that deck to just, like, be useful outside of that deck. There's no room for that card to be useful outside of that deck. It has to be in the Goblin deck, and the Goblin deck is going to be its best when it's a very specific list. There isn't much room for, you know, modifying that list at all, or doing anything interesting with it. It just is what it is. You play the best Goblin deck, and the Howler's good in it, and that's all. So, if you're talking about the Goblin guy, unless you were talking about the Artifact guy, you might be talking about Captain Howler. I thought you were talking about hold on. You were probably talking about Captain Howler. So I just went off for nothing. Yeah, he's really hard. If you have a lot of ways to discard the turn that you play him. Thing is, he's a good card too. Like, he's better than Sheoldred if they kill it the turn you play it. Because they have to pay more mana to kill it, and they lose life as if they drew a card off of Sheoldred before they could kill Sheoldred. Even if they managed to kill this before drawing a card. So, if it dies right away, it's better than Sheoldred. If it doesn't die right away, it has the potential to be as good or maybe better than Sheoldred. But things have to line up just right. You need a bunch of cards to discard, ways to discard them, a bunch of creatures to target with the ability. If you don't, best case scenario, it targets itself. I guess worst case scenario, it targets itself and tries to swing in and draw a card. Which isn't awful. but probably not enough. I think what makes Shieldred so good is the fact that if it doesn't get dealt with, it just wins the game by itself, which is versatile. It's good in a lot of different board states, whereas Captain Howler is only good under very specific conditions. The more creatures you have, the better it gets. The more ways you can discard cards for less mana, the better it gets. And having both of those conditions pop up at the same time, while this actually survives a turn cycle, all of that's really hard to line up at the same time. So, I'm of two minds about it. I could see it going either way. Like, it could be nuts if you have a huge board. If you've gone really wide, and you just get a bunch of triggers and shoot this off and target a bunch of things. Especially because you could do it at instant speed. So, like, you could wait for them to declare blockers, and if you have any kind of instant speed discard at all, like cycling, you just target the things that get through. Or target something that they blocked that you want to kill, so that you do enough damage to kill it now. Stuff like that. Definitely better with tramplers. But it's like, the problem is, like, all of those things, it's like, there's not really enough overlapping of the creatures you want to be attacking with when you have this, and the ways in which you can discard cards when you have this. It's like, it's hard to have both of those things at the same time. And in order to get the absolute most efficient use of this card, the cards you'd have to use in conjunction with it then end up being like B tier cards if you don't have something like this, right? They're just not as useful because you went too deep on the synergies. So it's tricky. I think he has potential. I think if we see easier ways to discard cards cheaper in the future in another set, I could see the deck with him coming around full circle and being super relevant. But he just needs more consistent gas. More consistent gas that is still really, really good in games where you don't see a Captain Howler. And I think that's the hard part. Yeah, there's just too many moving pieces. Any deck that requires like two different sets of cards to work in conjunction with each other is really, really hard unless the payoff's absolutely insane, or you have overlap, or you have some cards that can be both of those things. But with cycling, all of the things that discard the most efficiently are not the best things to have in play as creatures, right? You've got 8 good creatures that you want in play that can also cycle, but it costs 2, not 1 to cycle them. And if you want to use the really efficient cyclers that cost 1 mana, they don't make for good bodies on the field to get buffs from Howler. So it's like, you kind of have to pick one or the other. Do you have more inefficient discard in order to have better bodies, or do you have worse bodies in order to have more efficient discard? There's just not enough overlap. It reminds me of like when you try to build an equipment deck in Standard right now. Equipment can be good in older formats when you have the right cards, but it's another one of those decks where it requires you to have 2 different subsets of cards working in tandem. You need enough equipment to work with your equipment synergies, but you need enough creatures to actually use the equipment. And if one falls a little too short, the balance of the whole deck is screwed up, and it doesn't pop off. With older formats, like, some of the payoffs are so insanely good that it's worth it. And you also have some overlaps. Some things are both equipments and somehow give you creatures. And so that's kind of what I think about Howler, is like, if Howler has the right support cards under him, you know, Like, how the Howler deck needs a Grease Fang, you know? Basically. Like, Vehicle decks and Pioneer would be shit without Grease Fang. And those decks still need to function without Grease Fang on games where you don't get your Grease Fang, so it'll happen. You only have 4 copies. And they're not completely awful. They can figure out ways to win without Grease Fang. But they're definitely, you know, the odds are stacked against them if they don't get their Grease Fang. The Captain Howler deck needs, like, a Grease Fang. It needs, like, that card that's just so good with Howler and with the synergies that you're using that it makes it worth running those risks. And it just doesn't have that. Not yet, but it will. Let's find somebody to raid. We're gonna raid Junior. That's what we do. It's launch day. Of course we're gonna raid Junior. What am I even thinking? We have a lot of different decks to explore in the coming days, though, so get excited. I still have a lot of ideas that are untapped. So, it's going to be a good time. But that's going to do it for today's stream, everybody. If you're over on Twitch and you haven't already, make sure you head on over to YouTube and subscribe over there. It's free and all that jazz. And it helps me out a lot. It helps the channel grow probably more than anything else you could do for me. So, head on over to YouTube, maybe click a couple like buttons on my videos. I would appreciate that very, very much. If you want to be a part of the community, join the Discord. Good times. And I will see you guys maybe later, but definitely tomorrow. I'll definitely see you tomorrow. Either way, thanks for hanging out. Give all my love to Junior. And until next time, always make him scoop.